밑에 그 유네스코 사무총장님 올라가셨는지 확인 좀 해줘요. 스태프들한테.
피디님 말씀하시는 게
여기서 말해서 그런가? 그런가? 꺼내겠다.
세상에는 몇 개의 언어가 존재할까요? 현존하는 세계의 토착 언어는 7천여 개. 하지만 이 중 3분의 1이 넘는 2,600여 개의 토착 언어는 사라질 위기에 처해 있습니다. 우리 인류의 소중한 문화유산인 토착 언어 가운데 그 언어의 사용자가 줄어들고 다음 세대까지 온전하게 보존되지 못하면서 사라져가는 언어들이 늘어나고 있는 것인데요. 이렇게 사라져가는 토착 언어를 보존하는 일은 그 속에 담긴 지식과 경험, 역사를 보존하는 동시에 전 세계 언어와 문화의 다양성을 지켜내는 일이기도 합니다. 분단 이후 최초로 남과 북이 공동으로 편찬하고 있는 결의말 근사전은 지난 2019년부터 유엔이 지정한 세계 토착어의 해에 동참하는 동시에 지금의 언어를 수집, 기록해 나가는 사전 편찬 작업의 의미를 많은 세계 시민들과 공유하고자 이번 국제학술 포럼을 준비하게 되었습니다. 2018년 10월 문재인 대통령과 오드레 아줄레 유네스코 사무총장의 접견을 통해 토착 언어와 결의말 근사전 남북 공동 편찬 사업에 대한 관심 요청을 계기로 국제학술 포럼이 시작되게 되었습니다. 유네스코 결의말 근사전 국제학술 포럼에서는 세계 토착 언어는 어떤 모습으로 기록되고 있는지, 모두가 함께 지속 가능한 사회를 만들기 위해 토착 언어의 필요성에 대한 논의와 분단이라는 특수한 상황에서 통일이라는 과제를 앞둔 또는 이뤄낸 여러 국가의 사례를 통해 분단된 언어의 통합 문제, 그리고 그 과정에서 사전의 역할과 결의말 근사전 편찬 사업의 의미를 살펴보는 소중한 시간이 될 것입니다. 인류의 소중한 유산, 토착 언어의 지속 가능한 발전. 유네스코 결의말 근사전 국제학술 포럼에 여러분을 초대합니다.
Good morning and good afternoon. Welcome to the International Academic Forum Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages. I am Secretary General of 결의말 근사전 Mo Sun-young, and I will be moderating the opening ceremony of the forum. I understand that for overseas participants who are joining us through Zoom, it would be around 9 a.m. and about 5 o'clock in the afternoon for Korean participants. This International Academic Forum on Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages is joined in by many online participants from both home and abroad. Once again, on behalf of the hosts, I welcome all of you and thank you. Now, let us open the door to the International Academic Forum Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages. First, let us invite Mr. Yeon Moo-ung, President of the Joint Board of South and North Korea for the compilation of 결의말 근사전 for his opening speech.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon and good morning.
우리는
Today,
한국위원회 주 유네스코 대한민국 대표부
I enthusiastically declare the opening of the International Academic Forum, co-hosted by the Korean National Commission for UNESCO and the Joint Board of South and North Korea for the compilation of the 결의말 근사전. As you all know, UNESCO is the world's sole international body with the motto of building peace in the minds of men through education, science, culture, communication, and information. It is truly an honor in itself for the Joint Board of South and North Korea for the compilation of the 결의말 근사전 to co-host this international forum with the Korean National Commission for UNESCO with the support of UNESCO. As we are all here to open this meaningful forum, there is a special person that comes to my mind, who is the late Reverend Moon Kwon. Reverend Moon was originally a professor at College of Theology who majored in the Old Testament theology. During his career, he studied poetry in order to improve his translations of the Bible, and in the long run became a poet himself. However, the oppressive reality of the military dictatorship did not allow him to live a life as a poet alone. He devoted himself to the democratization movement, and the realization that the division between the two Koreas was what existed at the root of dictatorship made him head to the north and meet him with North Korean leader Kim Il-sung. Through the meeting in Pyongyang, the two agreed to compile the South-North Joint and Unified Korean Dictionary, and this was the start of the compilation of the 결의말 근사전 dictionary. On planet Earth, so many ethnic groups exist in deeply diverse environments. With their indigenous ethnic language, they have long protected their unique historical and cultural heritage. However, for recent centuries, mankind has suffered the tragedy of imperialist invasions and has also suffered the challenges of globalization under the name of new liberalism during the past couple of decades. As a result, so many indigenous and ethnic languages have disappeared and are faced at the risk of extinction. In the case of the Korean Peninsula, we are also faced with the man-made heterogenization of our language. The reality of human language has been devastated with so many scars. The extinction of a language also means the extinction of a culture that has been passed on and preserved through that language. This is a reality that the UNESCO and the Korean government truly deplores. In that, the endangerment of indigenous languages and ethnic cultures is a warning of the end of mankind itself. Such a crisis must be prevented at all costs. Today's forum, as is being held amid the global spread of COVID-19 pandemic, will long be remembered as nature's warning toward human arrogance. Lastly, I would like to express our sense of sadness and disappointment for the North Korean members of the Joint Board's non-presence today after our long anticipation for their participation. I truly wish the forum to be enriched with insightful presentations and active discussion and for its greater success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Yeon Moo-ung. Next, welcoming speech will be delivered by Secretary General Han Kyung-gu of Korea National Commission for UNESCO. Hello everyone. I am Secretary General Han Kyung-gu of the Korea Commission for UNESCO. I'm very pleased to welcome you all to this International Academic Forum hosted by the Korea National Commission for UNESCO, the 결의말 근사전 and Permanent Delegation of ROK to UNESCO. I'd like to express my deep gratitude to each of the speakers and also to everyone joining us from all over the world despite the difficulties of the COVID-19. There is a saying that language is a vessel that contains the history, the memories, the perspectives, and also there are all kinds of things that it contains. Every language in the world is a precious heritage that embodies unique experiences and thoughts and helps foster the richness and diversity of human culture. And once again, this is very valuable heritage. The fact that over 1/3 of the world's current languages are endangered, more than 2,600 of the 7,000 languages alive today, this is very serious crisis. Language endangerment represents the potential for extinctions of experiences and wisdom that our fellow humans have accumulated over thousands of years. Therefore, preserving language diversity has significance in preserving the diversity of human culture. With this reality in mind, the United Nations proclaimed the 10 years from 2022 to 2032 the International Decades of Indigenous Languages, seeking to raise awareness of indigenous languages and increase the engagement of the international community in preserving and invigorating these languages. UNESCO will be leading a variety of efforts to this end. Korea is not an endangered language, but language has other implications for the Korean Peninsula, which is currently one nation divided. With severe limitations on inter-Korean exchanges in recent decades, the language used in South and North Korea has developed differently according to their respective cultures. The situation could be seen as benefit in terms of the diversity of language that reflects the underlying culture. However, in the current situation in which exchange and communication between South and North Korea have been severely restricted over a long period of time, ignorance of each other's language can lead people to feel further apart and result in unintentional misunderstanding and mistrust. I recall a phrase in the preamble of the UNESCO constitutions that ignorance of each other's ways and lives have been common cause throughout the history of mankind of that suspicions and mistrust between the peoples of the world. In this regard, understanding each other's language is important as a stepping stone to peace between South and North Korea, and it is worth paying attention to the activities of Joint Board of South and North Korea for the compilation of Kyoreman Kilsajon as a part of groundwork for constructing the defense of peace in the minds of men. In light of that, once again, we need to pay attention. This is another reason why I am greatly looking forward to this conference. I hope that holding this forum just before the International Decade of Indigenous Language begins will act as catalyst for international discussions on the issue of endangered indigenous language. I look forward to gathering together soon with North Korean scholars and sharing ideas and discussions with them as they are unable to be here this year. I sincerely hope that. In the meantime, the Korean National Commission for UNESCO will continue its active participation in efforts to create a culture of peace through preservation of indigenous languages and promotion language diversity. Thank you.
That was the welcoming speech of Secretary General Han Kyung-gu of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. Thank you very much, Secretary General Han. Next, Minister of Unification of the Republic of Korea, Lee In-young, sent us his congratulatory video for the opening of the International Academic Forum, Sustainable Development Indigenous Languages. Let's all take a look. Good morning and good afternoon. My name is Lee In-young, and I'm the Minister of Unification for the Republic of Korea. I would like to applaud the holding of this International Academic Forum entitled Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages. I'd like to express gratitude to President Yeon Mo-eung and the Joint Board of South and North Korea for the compilation of the Kyoremal Kunsajeon. I also like to extend my gratitude for your efforts to integrate the language used by South and North Korea on the way to restoring national homogeneity. In addition, I like to thank Secretary General of the Korean Commission for UNESCO, Ambassador Kim Dong-gi of the Permanent Delegation of ROK to UNESCO, and all those from UNESCO as well. I believe that the spirit and practices of UNESCO will always accompany the two Koreas on the path of cooperation in finding common values. I'm also happy to extend my welcome and gratitude to all the linguists and experts from various nations who will participate through presentations and discussion, as well as the online and offline participants. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, language is a window of thought and a pathway that connects people to people. South Koreans and North Koreans who use the same language have the same root of thought, and this is the base of hope for us to live as one community again. Therefore, the late Reverend Moon Ik-hwan, who desired reconciliation and reunification of the nation, proposed a joint compilation of the Unified Korean Language Dictionary when he visited Pyongyang in 1989, and this became the seed of the 결의말 근사전 dictionary. The process of compiling the 결의말 근사전 has been the experience of a small unification itself. South and North Korean linguists did not take either side as a standard, but respected each other's culture and exchanged their views and reached agreements. In terms of the different word usage in South and North Korea, the dictionary does not stop at only their meanings, but includes the context and aspects of culture that they're used. I think the dictionary has a power of unity, which enables South and North Koreans who will use the same dictionary to better understand each other's way of thinking and ways of life. Preservation and developmental succession of a language is also the healing of a national history. The over 300,000 headwords in 결의말 근사전 hold the sorrow of the Korean people who have been separated through colonization, division, deportation, and other tragedies of modern and contemporary history. Now we're overcoming division and injury and will become bigger and more prosperous with the spirit of the 결의말 근사전, which recognizes each other's differences and looks for similarities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the journey of 결의말 근사전 has been a small but firm step toward unification of the Korean peninsula and restoration of the national community. The attitude of the South Korean government toward peace and prosperity on the Korean peninsula is no different. We continue to seek to engage in basic cooperative tasks that are essential to the two Koreas while strongly promoting the peace-building process on the Korean peninsula. While coordinating policies with the new U.S. administration, we will also lead efforts to restore inter-Korean relations. In addition to responding to COVID-19, we are looking for a path of practical cooperation in areas where South and North Korea can coexist, such as healthcare, disasters recovery, agricultural, livestock breeding, and forests. We will also continue to seek cooperation in a variety of fields, including culture, history, sports, and to recover the homogeneity of our divided nation. I hope that in this process, the 26th joint meeting of the South and North Korea for the 결의말 근사전 will be resumed, and the compilation project, which is currently 81% complete, can progress quickly. We will do our best to welcome a firm state that within this year that can lead to complete implementation of the many agreements between the two Koreas. I look forward to more opportunities, including the completion of the 결의말 근사전, for the two Koreas to explain the achievements of cooperation and progress of peace together and share our value with the international community. I believe that all of you here will also give a heart of wisdom. Once again, I wish to applaud you on holding this forum during these tough times. I wish all of you the best of health and happiness. Thank you.
네, 이인영.
Thank you very much, Minister Lee In-young. Next, a congratulatory remark will be delivered from France. Ambassador Kim Dong-gi of Permanent Delegation of Republic of Korea to UNESCO, who is joining us virtually from France. Ambassador Kim.
Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon. I congratulate the Joint Board and the National Commission for successfully organizing this significant event in collaboration with UNESCO. In the context of International Decade of Indigenous Languages proclaimed by the UN General Assembly, this forum will deliver meaningful results towards UNESCO's effort to preserve, promote, and support linguistic diversity. We share UNESCO's view that languages play a vital role in people's daily lives, not only as a means of communication, but also as a repositories of their identity, cultural and social cohesion, traditions, and memory. It is through language that we transmit our experiences, emotions, and knowledge. In this sense, the preservation of indigenous languages and linguistic diversity will lead us to greater tolerance, reconciliation, and respect for others. I believe this will contribute to building defenses of peace in the minds of men and women, as these languages facilitate communications and understanding of others' ways and lives. This is why UNESCO, in close collaboration with all nations, is at the forefront of preserving diverse ecosystem of 7,000 languages spoken by humanity and safeguarding indigenous languages faced with the risk of extinction today. The compilation of a joint Grand Korean dictionary between the Republic of Korea and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is in line with these efforts. This project will help discover and collect the standard, regional and indigenous versions of the Korean language, including cultural vocabulary and regional dialects. I believe this will surely contribute to our international efforts to preserve and promote linguistic diversity and multilingualism. In 2018, South and North Korea jointly inscribed the Korean wrestling serum as intangible cultural heritage of UNESCO, marking a significant step towards cooperation and reconciliation between the two Koreas. Since the two Koreas share the same cultural heritage, including language, over the history of thousands of years, I believe there is a great potential for developing various inter-Korean projects through UNESCO's program. In this regard, I hope this forum will provide an opportunity to enhance possible future cooperation between the two Koreas based on their common cultural legacy. As our discussion in the next 2 days will focus on the preservation, collection, and documentation of indigenous languages, I'm certain that this forum will serve as a platform that will bring us together to share our experiences, ideas in promoting indigenous and minority languages. With your active contribution through your valuable expertise, I believe this forum will reassert and remind us once again of the centrality of language in the coexistence of humanity. Thank you.
김동기 대사님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim Dong-gi. And now we'd like to conclude the opening ceremony, and we will have a 7-minute break. And at 5:30 p.m. according to Korean time and 9:30 a.m. according to the French time, we will begin the first session on the preservation of indigenous languages. I will now leave the microphone here and hand it over to Professor Kang Chung-yong of Korea University, who will moderate the first session. If there are any comments or questions, which will take place for 2 days from today via the YouTube Live, please leave them as replies so that we can share them during our discussion. We look forward to your active participation. And we'll take a short break and see you soon. Thank you.
현재 공문 영문 알겠습니다. 네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon and good morning. I'm Kang Chung-yong, professor of Korea University. I will moderate the first session. The first session on the preservation of indigenous languages will begin now. And if there are any questions or comments for the keynote speech, you can leave them on the chatting box at our YouTube so that we can share them during discussion. I ask for your active participation. And for your reference, we have both about 80 participants from both home and abroad here with us. Before the first keynote speech, before the first presentation, we will have the keynote lecture of Ms. Aili Keskitalo, titled Placing Indigenous Languages on the Global Agenda with the Context of the International Year of Indigenous Languages. I'd like to invite Ms. Aili Keskitalo, President of the Sami Parliament and co-chair of the Steering Committee of the IYIL 2019.
Savan vuori iidida puhkaide tappe Samis ja vuori ehkida laagide jide dieppe lulli ja tavikarkureas Kiitan pouduvusauttas ja annan storraguutnin Vesatolla Sapni Tappe. Good morning and greetings from our homeland, Sami. And good evening to the organizers of this forum from South and North Korea. I want to thank you for the invitation, and I'm honored to be talking at this International Academic Forum. Language policy has always been very close to my heart, and as a representative elected by the Sami people, I have a responsibility and an opportunity to promote the needs to and strengthen the rights of the Sami people, including the challenges related to languages. The program of this International Academic Forum looks really interesting, and it contains important topics. And I'm sorry I'm not able to attend the whole program at the forum. Nevertheless, I want to wish you all good luck with the forum, and I hope you will achieve the objectives. The spectrum of the world's cultures and languages is wide and colorful. The diversity of our world's cultures and languages show that there have been various factors through the ages that have shaped us to become what we are today, that have shaped us, shaped our cultures, and made our languages. A language is a world of knowledge, passed on by generations. Our languages are formed by our ancestors, and by expressing through a language is also respecting our forefathers, our foremothers, and their knowledge, their philosophy of life, and their way of thinking. Through language, we communicate with others, express emotions, thoughts, and dreams, engage in interaction, understand, and make sense of the world around us. Language is a part of the development of our identities, and it ensures our sense of identification with others, as well as saying something about who we are as individuals. Languages are living phenomena. Languages are pliable, they can be shaped as we wish, but languages are also fragile, and they need care. If languages do not receive the care they need, they will be weakened and forgotten. To be able to take care of and to preserve a language, it must be practice. But to be able to practice a language, you need language partners whom you can talk with, arena where you can use your languages, a society. Despite our cultural differences, we, indigenous peoples, share common problems that also include language rights. As we know, colonialism and the assimilation policies have affected indigenous peoples all over the world. It has caused many of us to lose our languages, the languages of our ancestors. There were times when it was easier not to teach the languages to our children and to become a part of the majority, a member of the mainstream. That is why the majority of the world's endangered languages are indigenous peoples' languages. We also know that as a result of colonialism and assimilation policies, indigenous peoples are still experiencing formidable challenges related to using our languages in day-to-day life. Many indigenous language users are facing problems with no or few language arenas and conversation partners. Some language communities consist of only a handful of elders. There are indigenous languages with younger speakers, but a common issue is that they do not get enough support from the society and the authorities to use and develop their languages. Today we are trying to get back our languages, to maintain the language spectrum. Even though the road has been long and winding, we are not giving up, and we are still fighting for our rights. We are trying to revitalize our languages and to flourish our cultures. But to succeed, we need the support and protection from the authorities and decision makers. Most indigenous peoples are minorities in their countries, which also means that our languages are minority languages. They are in the minority position when decisions are to be made, which again means that they do not have the same impact in decision making as the majority. Matters that affect indigenous peoples are often in the possession of the majority society, and indigenous peoples' well-being often depends on the provisions taken by the majority. Therefore, the majority communities have an important role in supporting and protecting indigenous peoples. We need the authorities to recognize the vulnerability of our languages. We need them to help to preserve, revitalize, and promote our languages. As we know, many indigenous peoples have been living in their traditional territories before today's national borders. But many of them have been divided by the borders. An example of this is the Sami people. As of today, there are a total of 9 Sami languages. In principle, this should mean that we have 9 different language situations. But the Sami area extends over 4 states: Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. And the national borders cross the language borders. This has led to several of the languages being divided and are used in several states today. This also means that we have actually more than 9 language situations. The North Sami language, which is the language that I speak, is a good example of this. The North Sami language is traditionally used both in northern Norway, northern Sweden, and northern Finland. This means that North Sami-speaking populations in the respective countries have different prerequisites and opportunities for developing the language. This also means that the Northern Sami language has 3 language situations. There are many reasons for this. One reason is that the respective states have their own laws and legislations for the protection of the Sami culture, and the Sami languages. For example, only Norway has ratified the ILO Convention number 169 on indigenous peoples and tribal peoples in independent countries, which contains clear provisions on the rights of indigenous peoples to further develop their culture, and on the authorities' obligation to initiate measures to support this work. The school systems and access to language services are also different in the respective states. This means that even though we speak the same language, we have different degrees of protection and different opportunities for development. We have some joint projects and collaborations, but our wish is that the collaborations have been strengthened much more. But, unfortunately, the bureaucracy often makes it difficult to realize cross-border collaborations and projects. We think of ourselves as one people, Saamit, the Sami people. But the reality in the world of bureaucracy, regulations, and laws is often that the borders divide us. This is the truth for many indigenous communities. Another common item for indigenous peoples is the lack of support, both in terms of financial support and support in language protection. Indigenous peoples are part of their country's population and should have the same support and protection as the rest of the population. But in many cases, that is sadly not the case for indigenous peoples. There are still countries that are denying the existence of indigenous peoples in their territories. In some countries, indigenous languages are accorded less importance than the national languages, contributing to the loss of indigenous languages. For example, we see that the language measures for indigenous languages receive only a fraction of the financial support that the majority population receives. In some cases, none. This affects the results and achievement goals in language measures and projects. One would think that endangered languages would and should receive more attention, and that decision makers invested more in them, because they are in fact endangered. But sadly, that is not the case. For endangered languages to flourish, they need all the support society can provide, and more. As the world evolves and modernizes, so does our languages. As regards to language technology, we see that a lot has happened in the recent decades. The development is happening so fast that we are not able to keep up with all the changes. The world today is highly digitalized, which again has a huge impact on our languages. Technological developments give us many opportunities in terms of offering new tools for learning. Modern language technology is probably one of the most important elements in the work of getting more active users of minority languages. This is also a key in transferring indigenous languages to the next generation, which must be a primary goal in the work of language maintenance. However, while the infinite opportunities of language technology exists for many languages, smaller languages, especially indigenous languages, do not have the same opportunity and conditions for keeping pace with technological developments. The biggest challenge is that the large technological companies that develop tools for majority languages are not receptive to the idea of integrating languages of limited or very limited diffusion. It is vital for the survival of the minority languages that they too can be integrated into the world of language technology. Therefore, it is necessary that policy and decision makers, language technology developers, media and information providers, and other relevant and public stakeholders should be alert and sensitive to barriers that impede the availability of new technology, content, and services to indigenous language users. Indigenous peoples should have the possibility to benefit from the full range of language technologies, which help people to break through the potential barriers of the digital divide, giving indigenous peoples open access to and production capability in multilingual knowledge and educational materials, along with the benefit of available public services in their own languages. That is why international organizations such as the UN and UNESCO are important for indigenous peoples. The UN and UNESCO are forums where indigenous peoples have the opportunity to gather and tell our stories. The UN and UNESCO are arenas where indigenous peoples can show a united strength and find solutions together. A year has passed since the International Year of Indigenous Languages 2019. And I want to say that it was an important year for all of us. A year where indigenous languages were on the agenda. It is touching to see that there are so many passionate people with a passion for their language, a passion to promote and fight for their language. It was a year where both children, youth, adults, and the elderly saw that their languages have value, that their knowledge has value. It was a year in which society found more space for indigenous languages, and which the linguistic landscape was colored by indigenous languages. Now, I'm looking for what our next step, the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, can bring us. What will we achieve? At the very end, I will quote Ryan DeCare, Assistant Professor at the Center for Indigenous Studies and Department of Linguistics at the University of Toronto, Canada, who is also a second language speaker of Kanien'keha Mohawk. There's research out there showing that when you learn your language, that's an indicator of cultural continuity. And when you understand your culture, you are more likely to feel part of a community. You're more likely to feel that you have responsibilities in the world, and you are less likely to have mental health issues. We need more language practitioners and fewer social workers. The thought is that people revitalize a language, but really, it is a language that revitalizes a people. Kiitos. Thank you.
예, 박수를.
Please give a big round of applause. Thank you very much, President Keskitalo. February 21st is the International Mother Language Day, and this week that the forum is taking place is the International Mother Language Week in a sense. As a Northern region representative for the International Decade of Indigenous Language, we understand that President Keskitalo is very busy this week, and I heard that even today you're also fully booked with meetings. Nevertheless, you have spared your very precious time out of your busy schedule to be with us with your keynote presentation. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude for your passion once again. And now we will have the first presentation. Let me invite Director Mandana Seyfeddinipur of the Endangered Languages Documentation Program of the SOAS University of London.
Good morning, German time, and thank you very much for this incredible opportunity for me to share our work and our thoughts on the issue. And of course, I want to thank Aili incredibly, because she has just basically laid the ground for what I will continue to talk about from our perspective as having worked with UNESCO on issues around the World Report, as well as the Atlas, and on language documentation and preservation. I will now share my screen. I'm an academic, that's what we do. We have PowerPoint presentations. It's for me to keep my mind clear so I know what I will be talking about. So I'm sharing my screen now. So I'm going to be talking about the role of language and the importance of preservation, documentation, and promotion. And I want to give a broad view on the situation of languages today. Often we talk about numbers, but I think this graphic beautifully represents actually what we are discussing when we're talking about indigenous languages or minority languages or marginalized languages, where the expression has a very different political impact. What you can see here is squares, and the squares represent the number of speakers of a language. And you can see that there is a very small number with very big boxes. And yes, it's Chinese and Spanish and English. And then you can see, if you go to the very far end, the majority of languages of the world. And these are the ones that we are massively concerned about, and where we're all focusing on to see what this incredible opportunity of a decade of indigenous language can give us to support the speakers, the communities, the people, in order to have access to resources, have access to services, and, you know, contribute to the sustainable development goals. We always talk about the situation of languages on a global scale, and we do know that, you know, half of the world's population speaks 25 languages. And just looking at the graph, sometimes the graphics brings things really clearly at home. The rest of the world's population, the other half of the world's population, speaks the estimated 6,950 or 7,000 languages. And that tells you that we have a lot of languages that are spoken by very small groups of communities, which have, you know, 1,000 speakers, 100,000 speakers, and even, you know, 500,000 is a small number compared to the majority languages, the 25 languages that are spoken by half of the population. And what is happening now, as we know, the impact of globalization, of climate change and urbanization is affecting the lives of people. We often use metaphors like languages fall silent or languages become extinct or go away. But of course, languages don't do any of this. It's the people that are affected. It's the lives of their speakers that is affected. And so what we have having on our hands is not a linguistic problem, but a political problem. And it's a humanitarian crisis that we're seeing here, which is expressed through in this situation. And the most important thing is to recognize that there needs to be political measures to support the people and that speak all of these languages to be able to have a more equitable world. I want to show what this whole situation on the global scale will mean and what is coming in the next 25 to 50 years in terms of effects of globalization, climate change, and urbanization. We do know that because of these effects, people are giving up their traditional ways of life. There is a massive migratory movement towards cities and towards the global north. And when people reach these places, they will ensure that their children will be speaking the majority language. So they have access to social and economic mobility. So there's a massive movement happening here, and also in places where the land is still there, the young generation is not learning the languages anymore because there's no space for them to use it. And if they don't use it, the languages will not be transmitted anymore, which is also because the majority of the world's languages are oral. They exist as a social practice and in the minds and the hearts of the speakers. But there are now almost no records for the majority of these languages. So what you see here is the share of population living in urbanized areas. So here you see the percentage of the share of the population. And here you see a time scale from the 1800s to the 2000s. And you can see that urbanization has taken a massive upward movement between 1950 and 2000, namely the amount of people in a country that live in urban areas. And you can see how this number has gone up. This is what the situation was in 2000. Here we have what happened between 1960, and here you can see again the share of population, like 80% or 60% of the population living in urban areas and moving from rural into urban areas in 2017. And you can see across the world, there's a trend all going to urbanization, to moving into cities. And here's a projection to what is going to happen until 2050. And that is a massive movement. And if you look at this and then see that, for example, you know, we will have from 2020, we will have, you know, 70% of the Chinese population in urban areas. We have the same thing. We have around, you know, 65% in Nigeria, India, and Bangladesh. This means that a massive group of people will be moving into cities, and these cities are not prepared to deal with the real multilingual reality of these people. And there is a huge issue around access to resources, access to knowledge, and education for these children. We do know how difficult it is for children that coming from one language having to switch into another. So it is now that we need to prepare us at the moment in order to be able to deal with this and to support all these people and the communities and their cultural heritage to be maintained. So what we see in the summary is national and international migration happening and increasing massively into the global north and into urbanized areas. We can see, we can project there will be social and political conflict, and it is now that we need to prepare and to recognize the situation and to see what is coming in order to prepare for the educational and for the employment market, and which also is then related to the well-being of the people that are in this development. And I wanna make clear what this all means for us. And I do think that, you know, COVID basically put a magnifying glass onto the situation of speakers of marginalized languages. It was a magnifying glass to see what it means is if a language is not recognized, if a people is not recognized, if there's no documentation and no materials to be able to support and to protect populations in countries. We, as was pointed out beforehand, there are many places where languages are not seen, minorities are not recognized, and there is no information. And in order to protect people from COVID, one of the issues was that there needs to be access to information so that people know how to protect themselves from the situation. But it was the only first step how this could be done was information through majority languages. Well, these majority languages are often the language of the colonizer or the languages of the oppressor or the language of the people that can't be trusted. So through mistrusted sources and channels, information was transmitted, if at all. If a people with a group of communities have no access and are not recognized and are not respected in the way that the information needs to be passed in a way that they can, you know, understand, trust, and rely on it, this also has a correlation that this group of people does not have access to resources, no access to testing or vaccines, for example, and as we can see, no access to oxygen or medication if you look at the situation on a global scale. If you look at the situation in many countries, the reports are coming from all over the place. Now that we have, this is not an issue of just countries in the global south. You can also look into the diaspora communities in the large global north cities, where you can see that the people that are affected are the diaspora communities, and they're affected in more difficult ways than the local communities. So if you see this, you can also see that the issue around language is not a cultural identity thing, but it's a measure of survival. It's a measure of equity and humanitarian work that we need to do and that we need to support. And the COVID situation, which is now over, which is a year now that we're dealing with it, is a magnifying glass of what it means. And the Ebola crisis was already one, and here the COVID on a global scale has shown us again what this means. I'm just listing a couple of the sustainable development goals, and one issue that is impressive in the entire document, there is not a single place where language is playing a role or where language is mentioned. Now imagine you have no access to information because it is not your language. And if the sustainable development goals are to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages, access to resources to guarantee this needs to be implemented in a way that people can access the services that a government provides for its people. Inclusive and equitable quality education to promote lifelong learning. We do know from many places that, children grow up in one language. Once they go to school, they are suddenly educated in another language that they're not mastering. And these children often, fall behind and never fully master it because the transition is just not working. So for education, the multilingual reality of children on the ground needs to be taken into account to create these kind of resources. The reduction of inequality among countries and in countries, I think that speaks for itself, and it has to do with, marginalizing groups of people, communities all over the world within countries, but also between. In order to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable, its people need to have settlements which are inclusive, safe, and resilient. And this, needs to happen by having access to services through, sources and languages that are available to its speakers. These are just a few points that relate directly to access to information and understanding and knowledge through language. And this is why it is so important to understand what this means for our work and our opportunity that is coming up. And I want to take another point, and I want to just illustrate what this also means in terms of technology. So we always talk about the digital and what kinds of opportunities it gives us. And we have, 20 years ago when the digital revolution happened, we were all excited thinking, now this is, democratization of access to knowledge, and now everyone can learn and find out things. But the reality is a different one. 20, 25, 30 years later, if you look at this graph, you can see the content languages on the web, the majority, more than half, is in English. And then we have Russian, Spanish, German, Turkish. So we have the majority languages. And if you think about, again, in contrast, 7,000 languages with the 10 that are on the web available, it means that if you want to access information on the web, you need to be able to speak English or another majority language. This is not only an issue about users, and this is also an issue about the creation of digital resources is bound to economic power. So IT companies that are actually determining and providing technologies for communities or technologies to the global world do this based on whether or not there is economic power. So it's not about the numbers of speakers. It is about whether the speakers have economic power. If you think about the fact that none of the very large sub-Saharan languages spoken in like Hausa or Yoruba or Wolof, none of them has a real linguistic corpus of the language recordings that can be mined by technology to create, for example, AI agents that can speak, or keyboards, or any kind of local language interfaces, so they can use their massive, very big, spoken by millions and millions of people in digital ways. There is no interest because the market is not relevant to them. And this is another dimension where places like UNESCO and the UN and governments need to step in and to provide and create these resources. And this is again an issue also on the baseline of documenting and preserving language materials. And we can see left and right that digital activists attempt to use the power of the digital to receive and share information, and to also create a digital space where they can use the language and not be, again, linguistically excluded like they are in the digital sphere. And let me also say, the digital, with the best of intentions, a lot of activists have created information systems or encyclopedias, but the reality is it is dominated because there is also a systemic bias, and recognizing this will allow us to work against this and to also have an understanding what we need to do here. However, you can see again, even in the digital sphere, we have this kind of exclusion that is happening. So in a nutshell, language is at the core for inclusion, sustainability, resilience, participation, equity, and well-being. The recognition of language and the understanding of its speakers and their world and their situation that leads to language loss, or that leads to the fact that they're shifting to a majority language and the children don't learn the language anymore, will tell us, shows us where the problem lies and what measures we can take on different kind of scales and with different kind of actors. For the majority of the world's languages, almost no records exist. There is, maybe a word list or a grammar for, half of the world's languages. Now, a word list and a grammar is not of very much use for the communities themselves. It might be of interest to the linguist who is interested in a linguistic study. However, it's not of interest, or it's not of relevance to many communities. The majority of the world's languages has not recorded in the sense that there is no audio or video recordings of its people speaking, using the language. And communities, like especially in North America, that have been trying to revitalize and maintain their languages based on a grammar, have seen many times how difficult it is. Creating a large collection of language materials is not only preserving our intangible cultural and linguistic diversity for posterity, but it valorizes the linguistic diversity and each of its expressions and its users. It puts people on a global map and makes them visible. If you ask people how many languages are spoken, many people do not know how rich our linguistic diversity is and how diverse this life is. But the fact that communities are staying invisible is, another way of not showing and not acting on the current situation. Creating a documentary collection, valorizes diversity, it valorizes its speakers, and it shows it's another expression of this unique capacity for language that we humans have. Let me just bring on the issue around sign languages. Sign languages have been ignored for many, many, many years, and it's sign languages that are another expression of the human capability, because it doesn't matter if you don't hear, people will develop a sign language that then becomes, a village sign language and is spoken. So the need to communicate as a social human being and to exchange information is so fundamental, and including spoken and sign languages in our work and our map is just key, because it also then shows us what are the measures that we need to take and that we need to do to be able to preserve and to maintain languages and to support the sustainable development goals through the measures that actually will be inclusive of speakers and people. So these documentation materials are the basis of language maintenance and revitalization measures, because of the 7,000 languages, maybe 500 have a writing system and they're not even used. So there are almost no records. And it's now that we are able, with the positive side of the digital, that we can record this and have it recorded by the communities and create these kind of resources for them for now, but also for the long term. So where do we go from here? I not only want to, have a grim picture of what the situation is, but showcase how we can move from here and understand what the next steps are. UNESCO has been working for the past 5-6 years on different dimensions, and we will hear after my talk, I'm very looking forward a lot about this, and it's an impressive work that is happening there, and this is exactly where we need to push things. We need to recognize that language is a key factor in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals, and that we need to have political solutions to political problems and not linguistic ones. We are facing, political impact on minorities all over the world. A very clear, very simple step that needs to happen that also goes into this direction is if you look at the census that the countries are providing, it's like only, I think it's about roughly half of the countries include a question about language in their censuses at all. Half of the censuses of countries do not even include language, question about the languages that its population speaks. And often the questions are heavily biased. So despite the fact that UNESCO and the UN has provided advice how to do this. So already on the census side of things, there can be very clear and very quick measures taken to include this kind of information. So we know where the languages are spoken, by how many people they are spoken, in what domains they are spoken, to understand true multilingualism and to be able to really reflect what can be done on those bases. The documentation of each of the unique expression of spoken and sign languages is a baseline that then follows upon them, namely that we need to record these languages and make these materials available to its communities for the measures that they want to take. These communities need the resources and the support, and we get approached many times by communities asking for our help to record their knowledge, especially displaced people that are displaced through armed conflict that are now living in diaspora know that their children will very likely not learn their language anymore, and they're longing for support to be able to create learning material, teaching material, resource material that also encourages and empowers the children to learn the language. The documentation and puts its people on a map and makes them recognized, and it gives them visibility, and that is a recognition of the language and its users. So there's another political measure that is bound to this documentation, and that then also should lead to the assessment and resource allocation locally and globally in terms of documentation and preparing an infrastructure that allows communities to use all of this material to create teaching, learning materials, cultural expressions, and get the support on a local and on a global level for true inclusion and true equity. It's a lot that we have in front of us, but the work that we've been doing over the past 10 years on this topic, we do know what are the measures and which ways we need to go, and here are very concrete examples and recommendations that can happen. And of course, these need to be bound to policy development on a local level and on a governmental level. So if we join our forces and put together our knowledge across sectors, we can achieve these goals, and we can work together from activist community members to academics with PowerPoint presentation to advocacy agencies like UNESCO and the UN, and also this wonderful conference. So, thank you very much. And I'm going to turn off my screen share now.
네, 첫 번째 발제.
Yes, we listened to the first presentation. Thank you very much.
Next, there will be a presentation from the Chief of UNESCO Universal Access to Information Section, Communication and Information Sector. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Okay. President of the Joint Board, Secretary General of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, representatives of the Ministry of Unification of the Republic of Korea, Ambassador, Permanent Delegate of the Republic of Korea of UNESCO, Chair of the panel and fellow panel members, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to virtually address you on the occasion of this academic forum organized by the Republic of Korea, one day after the International Mother Language Day. And let us celebrate the whole week this very important day. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Permanent Delegation and National Commission of the Republic of Korea and other national organizations for the organization of this very important event. This is particularly timely even in view of the upcoming International Decade of Indigenous Languages between 2022 and 2032, for which UNESCO will act as lead UN agency in collaboration with UNDESA. Not only UNESCO and UNDESA will participate in this endeavor, but the whole UN system will participate in this very important 10 years. UNESCO firmly believes that linguistic rights are an integral component of human rights and fundamental freedoms of the users. A person's freedom to use his or her chosen language is a prerequisite to constructing knowledge societies together with freedom of expression, access to information and knowledge, and quality education for all. For several decades now, UNESCO has been promoting linguistic diversity and multilingualism in view of the capacity to express and to reconcile ideas, systems of knowledge and values of people from different cultural, social, economic, religious, professional backgrounds and others. Language is therefore a key contributor to dialogue, reconciliation, tolerance, and peace in our societies. This has been recognized by several of the speakers before me. Language users, including those of spoken and signed languages, are the custodians of vast assets of knowledge, wisdom, and associated skills that are contained in their own languages. By preserving and promoting these languages, we contribute to the maintenance and use of this precious and yet undiscovered knowledge, which has the potential to open new paths for cooperation, development, and peace in the world. As has been mentioned already within the context of COVID-19 pandemic, language acquire an even more central role. And this is not the first pandemic where we recognize the importance of language. During the humanitarian crisis of Ebola and the Zika virus, when information is provided in languages that people can understand, many lives can be saved. UNESCO has continued its efforts to ensure access to reliable and accurate health information in languages that are best understood by indigenous peoples, by compiling relevant resources in cooperation with member states, other UN agencies and partners, but we also worked with some media partners such as community radios in order to get this vital information out to the populations that speak this language. Let me now share with you a few concrete examples of UNESCO's work in promoting linguistic diversity and multilingualism. As you all know, in 2019, we celebrated the International Year of Indigenous Languages. It was an opportunity to highlight the extremely vulnerable situation of some languages in view of their gradual disappearance worldwide. This is due to different reasons that have been mentioned already, including the social and economic pressures and pushing languages users to shift to dominant languages, ongoing conflicts, humanitarian crises, climate change, and several other factors. But we also saw that many stakeholders demonstrated commitment to revert the situation, expressed in a strong desire for change. The key message of the international year was that indigenous languages matter for sustainable development, peace, and reconciliation. UNESCO played a key role in the implementation of this international year, together with its other UN agencies, programs, and funds. And we worked hard to find synergies and mobilize partners and resources for the preservation, support, and promotion of indigenous languages. Several events were organized in cooperation with WIPO, the World Summit on Information Society Forum, and UNESCO's own field offices, such as the field offices in Guatemala, Ecuador, Mexico, and Thailand, participated in these events. Let me also mention the importance of new technologies, where one of our field offices, in fact the one in Thailand, organized a hackathon for the promotion of indigenous languages through free and open source software in cooperation with FOSIA, which aim at building coding skills of young people and leverage computer science education. Other initiatives include the introduction of indigenous languages to the Drop Language Learning application and the launch of technical guidelines to help indigenous peoples create their own digital infrastructure in cooperation with Translation Commons. Cooperation with other stakeholders was key in order to make the year 2019 and the celebration of the International Year a success. And throughout 2019, around 900 activities were organized by a wide range of stakeholders in 94 countries at the local, national, and regional levels. Data about the International Year is available in a summary report of the International Year of Indigenous Languages that was published by the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Languages, Indigenous Issues, sorry. I will post the link in a short while. In order to monitor the implementation of activities, an online platform was set up, counting more than 3,000 registered users who were able to upload their resources, register events, learn about relevant initiatives, and connect with a global community. Through the website and other channels, we received a great deal of requests to provide small or large-scale funding for the implementation of projects on language documentation, revitalization and promotion, particularly in the areas of language digitalization. Most requests were submitted by indigenous peoples and local businesses looking for seed funds to launch community initiatives, create language tools and resources, or provide essential language services locally. Some wanted to ensure continuity of financial support for the already initiated projects. We could see that all these proposals presented unexplored opportunities that we need to take further within the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. A second example that came out of the celebration of the International Year is, of course, the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. It is in the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed this international decade, which will provide unpredicted opportunities for long-term joint and targeted action for the promotion of linguistic diversity worldwide. In the preparation to this decade, we are taking stock of the lessons learned from the International Year of Indigenous Languages 2019. UNESCO is conducting an evaluation of its activities during that year, and we will learn from that year. We also looked at our communication platforms, such as the website of the International Year, to see how we could make this platform also more accessible, more user-friendly, and how it can reach better more communities. And all these key recommendations from the evaluations from our communication platforms have already been incorporated into the Los Pinos Declaration, which is the outcome document of the closing event of the international year that took place in Mexico in February 2020. These recommendations and other key documents, such as the strategic outcome document of the international year, will help us to formulate a global action plan for the international decade that will set the scope of action for the international decade. UNESCO is also conducting a feasibility study for establishment of a multi-donor funding mechanism for the international decade, which will facilitate access to resources to fund the international decade and support projects like the ones that I mentioned earlier that UNESCO received that are requesting support. Another example that will also talk to some of the recommendations that the speaker before me made is the UNESCO World Atlas of Languages and the World Report of Languages. UNESCO has developed and improved methodologies for assessing language endangerment and systematically assembled detailed data on minority, lesser used, and endangered languages. These will serve as reference for policy and decision makers and have the potential to inform new ways to prioritize the need of indigenous language users. A main initiative in this field is the upcoming launch of the UNESCO World Atlas of Languages. This global tool provides a detailed record and reliable data about the world's languages, collected in close cooperation with UNESCO Institute of Statistics and with the support of leading experts. This digital platform will include new features for collaborative work, knowledge and content sharing, and providing a space for the online community to contribute to the core of the data that has been collected about languages around the world. In 2021, later this year, we will also publish the World Report of Languages that provides a situation analysis of linguistic diversity and measures taken to support it, including detailed data on languages, official and unofficial, spoken, as well as sign languages. This report, as well as the online platform, aim to provide the global community with a new perspective for a more inclusive, comprehensive, and transversal understanding of linguistic diversity. This perspective is much needed to address our current global challenges. This substantial work will in turn stimulate new reflections, encourage research and innovation, create a demand for new language resources and tools, influence the formulation of language policies and legislation, and forge new partnerships and collaboration among different actors. In the long term, it is expected that the World Report on Languages and the online platform, the World Atlas of Languages, will lead to a greater awareness of the importance of language and create a sense of urgency to act, leading to a paradigm shift where we see language diversity as an important element of sustainable development. The 2003 recommendation concerning the promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to cyberspace is another unique normative instrument of UNESCO that encourage international organizations, governments, academia, civil society, and IT industry to collaborate in the development of multilingual content, tools, and systems, and establish professional networks and partnerships to support this endeavor. We hope that this recommendation will be taken into account also within the discussions of the two-day deliberations, and that concrete examples could be found how we could work together to promote the use of multilingualism. Much more can be done to harness specifically technology for the preservation, support, and promotion of languages. We've seen some of the statistics also that the previous speaker mentioned. And important work is to be done to increase communication between language users. We look forward to the deliberations of this two-day conference on the use of technologies or other initiatives, such as the dictionary, to make, such as dictionaries actually, to make multilingualism part and parcel of sustainable development. By promoting linguistic diversity and multilingualism, we open new avenues for building a fairer and more inclusive world. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much once again, Chief Jaco de Toit, for your presentation.
And we now have the third presentation. Professor Henri Boyer, Professor Emeritus of the Paul Valéry University of Montpellier 3. So now let us invite Professor Boyer.
Est-ce que je peux vous demander une petite chose? Est-ce que vous avez le PowerPoint?
Yes, I understand you have a PowerPoint presentation.
Vous avez quelques documents pour...
I understand you have a PowerPoint material prepared. Could you please share them with us on the screen?
Est-ce que c'est bien visible?
Could you see the slide?
Oui.
Yes.
Bien.
Okay.
Alors d'abord, je remercie les organisateurs.
First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to the host organizations. I'd like to extend my gratitude to Han Ga-seon, who invited me. Today, my topic is on the Occitan language. The title is The Glottal Politics of Occitan Yesterday and Today. And the presentation that I'd like to share is a summary version of the literature that I shared with you previously, related to the current status of the Occitan language. I will only provide a brief summary during my presentation. So now, allow me to go over the proceedings of my presentation. The first is the preliminary conditions, and next, the current status of the Occitan language, and related policies about the Occitan language, and the current situation of the Occitan language. There is a so-called emergence of a nostalgic loyalty to the Occitan in the 21st century. And first, I'd like to talk about the linguistic policies about the Occitan, but before that, I'd like to talk about the linguistic policies in general. There could be different levels about a linguistic policy. There could be families or a local regional actor, and also there could be linguistic policies on a national level. But what I am interested in is a social type of activity that are not integrated into a network. This is the so-called glottal political micro-level action. There are not that many literature on this micro-action. This is mainly to advocate the minority language and something that could not be ignored.
On m'entend? C'est bon?
Can you hear me now? Now, so let me proceed.
Donc, quand il s'agit de politique linguistique, on parle aussi de stratégie. Et je crois qu'il y a
Related to linguistic policies, so we should also think of strategies. There could be two different types of strategy. The first is a strategy from above and a strategy from below.
Et il est clair que le cas que
It is an upward policy, upward type of strategy in a sense. Today, I like to put a bigger emphasis on the actions and strategies from below. And I'd also like to talk about representations and attitudes. Regarding the ethno-social linguistic configuration of conflicting type, this holds a great significance for representations and attitudes. Particularly for the Occitan language, representations and attitudes hold a great significance. In a situation where a language is dominated, there could be many possibilities and varieties. Especially to resolve the conflict, there could be two different phenomena. The minority language, in a sense, could be standardized and normatized. And that is the first phenomenon. And the second is when this domination is sustained, so in the long run, the dominated language will be substituted. However, between the poles of these two conflict resolutions, which show a very strong contrast, between these two poles, there are many variants that could occur. There could be a loyal attitude toward the minority language in a sense. So even if a certain language is a minority language, there could be a kind of a dynamic function based on its heritage, which imposes a greater meaning to the minority language. And through many consumer products, the identity-based added value could also be created. And for that, I would like to go into a little more detail in the latter part. And next, we could talk about the terms like heritage and heritization and loyalty, which is critical in the concept of language identity. For the dominated or the minority language, we could consider the possibility of a heritization. This could come from above, or this could come from the bottom as well. So in a sense, if it's from the bottom up, there will be relatively more positive effects. So then, let's take a look at the current status of the Occitan language. This is used in a specific region in France. So as you can see on the slide, this covers about 1/3 of the French territory. You can see that the Occitan language is used in a very vast region. And we collected different types of quantitative and qualitative data to conduct the research. What was somewhat unfortunate was that Occitan language lost its function as a social language. It is not a language of a community. It is now turning into a so-called network language. And another critical observation is that it is now being used or being emerged as a means of proclaiming an identity. So in a sense, it lost its function as a communication method, but it still maintains its symbolic function and value. And this symbolic value is actually being reinforced. In 2020, we conducted a research for it was a study on the reality and the representation. It says that the people that can have a simple conversation in Occitan is about 7%, but we see that the overall perception of the Occitan language became more positive, that people became more open to the Occitan language, and about 92% of the respondents opted for the maintenance of the Occitan language. And particularly, this is a phenomenon that is quite encouraging. And about 2/3 of the population that were questioned said that the Occitan language must be more open to the public space rather than remaining in a private context. So there could be many strategies and actions to encourage and vitalize the Occitan language, which is in my paper. Many of the previous actions was from top to bottom through various pressures made by the policymakers and the decision makers. In a sense, they could have been effective. However, such bottom-up policy actually is more effective than from above policy. So that was why many bodies were organized, and from 1980s there were many groups and bodies that advocated the revitalization and preservation of the Occitan language. And even within the French government, there were now movements to provide bilingual education for the Occitan language. So the core essence of my presentation is this. That is, there are certain micro actions on a micro level, glottopolitical actions that counter the ideology. This type of nostalgic loyalty is at the core in the Occitan language, and this was a book that was published in 2020. From a couple of decades ago, we have also observed that the use of the Occitan language, starting from 2000 to 2020, there has been an increase in its portion. The social communication done by Occitan language has increased, and in terms of the economic activity, new terminologies have been denominated in the Occitan language. There could be company names or agricultural products that were named in the Occitan language. Also, for the more creative products, they would many times have Occitan names. This was not something that was observed in the past, but is more increasing these days. The fur is the Asisemplan, as an example. This is an Occitan language. This is the name of a charity group, and the name of this restaurant is also in Occitan. And this is another restaurant. Lipai Staki is the name, and Akisang Beng is the name of a boutique gallery. And next is a flour manufacturer. It reads Flor de Beira, which is in Occitan. Piera means the grinding stone to grind flour in Occitan. So as you can see, we see a greater utilization of the Occitan language, which began in about 1980s up to 2000 and even up to the present day. In the Occitan region, many corporate companies are starting their business, and among these new businesses, there are many companies that are choosing an Occitan name. And as you can see, the number of Occitan users decreased, as I said previously, but in the business activity, in the commercial domain, the use of Occitan is increasing, which seems to be a kind of a paradox. As you can see, there are many product names that are denominated in the Occitan language. The Trobairits, homemade beer, and another name for white wine means a small goddess, and another name for the penne pasta. You can see there are many interesting names in the Occitan language. And another example would be using the Occitan language to name a wine cuvée. There are traditional names, but just like the sun or the term for white, and these labels are also written in Occitan, and also very original idiomatic phrases are used for the labels, such as peace and love, or the road of my heart, a song for myself, and a new moon, or who are you? These are examples of very original and creative labels for the wine cuvée. To name a wine cuvée, there are many producers that selected the Occitan language, despite the fact that they are aware that it is difficult to standardize. But they do not want to use it in a way that it is regressive, and they do not want it to be used as a backward way. This is wine label called Limeta, and Aligasta is another example. Lamita is another example. It means festival or musical festival. And Bekabosk is another wine. It means small bird. And in the case of Labe, it writes Seng Soke Seng. It means we are who we are. And Tosokekal is another label example. It means everything we need. This is an idiomatic phrase that was used for the label of a red wine cuvée. And Le Sang de Papeto is another label. And Tosokekal is another label. We actually conducted an interview with the wine producers. They did the tasting after they produced the wine, and they got the impression that they got everything. That was how they named this wine. And not only wine, but also for pastas, there are many Occitan labelings. Campa de Blas is an example. It's a type of penne pasta, especially the smaller pennes. And not only Campa de Blas, but Pichu, Verona, and Dentella are other examples using the Occitan language for the labels. The language Occitan is not used only for the documentation, but also in the commercial sphere as well. And it is not being substituted. It is actually countering against an ideology that wants to have it substituted. It is resisting such substitution through such type of elasticity. Also, the increase of use of Occitan also means that it is not actually increasing a counter-ideology of diglossia, but as it is emerging as a type of a microaction of a glottopolitical type. And we see that there are different types of actions, and it mainly refers to the classical spelling of the Occitan language. When we conducted an interview, some of the respondents told us that the normalization of the Occitan is not something confined to the Occitan region alone, not a prestige of the elite class of Occitan alone. So the normatization of the Occitan is not something that could be enjoyed only by the elite of Occitan. And this was reflected in our interview. This is the Q&A of the interview. This is a pasta producer that we did an interview with. Generally, This is not a variant of the Occitan, but this is a classical and traditional, authentic Occitan word that they're using right out of the dictionary. So, since this was a pasta producer in the Occitanie region, the respondents said they wanted to use a label that has an Occitanie in it. So they intentionally developed this type of pasta with an Occitanie label. This also reflects a type of respect for the Occitan language. So this type of a new social linguistic situation is emerging. And in this context, what we are witnessing is that in many regions, while there are concerns that the Occitan language will be substituted, but this type of diglossic or pluriglossic conflict is actually being weakened, and with its liberation and legitimacy, the use of Occitan is gaining greater recognition in the French region. So, this type of a dual usage or diglossia is getting reinforced. And with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Before thanking Professor Baoye, I'd like to apologize for the technical issue. That was because of the Zoom connection.
Professeur des universités émérites, 질문은 이따가 조합 질문.
For questions,
dans quelques temps après et à tout à l'heure.
for the questions, I'd like to ask a couple of questions about your presentation. Before we move on to the next presentation, we will have a short break. We listened to 3 presentations. Before Professor Kwon Jae-il's presentation, we will have a brief break time and then proceed. Once again, I'd like to make an announcement. If there are questions for the presentations of the first session, please leave them at the chatting box of our YouTube site. So we will have a break until 7:10 p.m. in Korea and 11:10 a.m. in France.
예, 그럼 먼저 이번 토론의 좌장을 맡아주실
Ladies and
SOAS
gentlemen,
대학교의
would like to invite Professor Yeon Jae-hoon, who will be moderating the discussion.
번질 교수님입니다. 번질 교수님 아니에요. 네. 1세션은 1-4입니다. 종합 토론 아니고요.
권재일 선생.
아닙니다.
아이고, 예. 예, 정정하겠습니다.
Please let me rectify.
다음 발제를 이어가겠습니다.
I'd like to introduce the next speaker who will be giving us presentation. Last presentation of the first day of the International Academic Forum will be given by Professor Emeritus Kwon Jae-il of Seoul National University. Good afternoon and also good morning to everyone. The title of my presentation is Fieldwork on Endangered Altaic Languages in China, Russia, Mongolia, and Central Asia. My name is Jae-il Kwon. The 20th century was an era in which mankind went through an unprecedented obliteration of its languages and culture. Eventually, the extinction of the minority culture happened because the ethnic minority lost their own languages. It is truly lamentable that part of human culture, together with its language, is at risk of disappearing. Linguists today are faced with obligation to confront the situation and devote attention to this problem. Based on the above consideration, the presentation intends to introduce endangered languages and fieldwork on those languages conducted in Korea. All the data presented here is based on the achievements of the researchers on endangered Altaic languages of the Altaic Society of Korea, the collaborations of Altaic Society of Korea, and Seoul National University's Institute of Humanity. And it was financially supported by the Korea Research Foundation. According to the DOE's documentation, documentation of endangered languages, a representative institute that documents endangered languages, a language is considered endangered or in the state of family's language when its usage domain is reduced to a certain community, such as family or friends. Typical examples include cases where language community accepts majority language as a national language and does not provide education in its native language. In Korea, the investigation on endangered language is conducted by Ask Real, which mainly targets disappearing Altaic language. We'll now introduce the research program. The Ask Real has two aims in conducting fieldwork on the Altaic language. First is to describe and preserve the endangered Altaic language. Second is discovering the origin of Korean language. The basic method for achieving the above objective is to conduct research according to a standardized questionnaire and to record the live scene with the latest audio and video recording equipment, and eventually to carry out linguistic analysis of the data. We aim to build a web page which can act as a center of endangered Altaic language studies by constructing a database from our research and offering active online service. Every year, we select 2 or 3 languages from each of 3 branches of the Altaic languages for field investigation. After the field work, the material is digitally processed and archived in a database. Our team is led by chief researcher, who is Kim Jung-won, professor at Seoul National University, and the cooperative researchers were also Lee Ho-young and Ko Dong-ho of Jeonbuk National University. Altec Society of Korea, with which our team is affiliated, was established in January of 1985 with the aim of contributing to research on the languages, literature, history, customs, and other general cultural characteristics of the various Altaic peoples, taking the research on the genealogy of Korean as a starting point. We aim to develop new methodology of research, reviewing the result of previous studies on the relationship between Korean and Altaic languages. The 30th volume of our journal was published in 2020. The Altec Society of Korea organizes annual conference in which results of both national and international research on various disciplines in Altec studies are presented, and we seek to strengthen academic exchanges, and we hold biannual international conferences as Seoul National Altec conferences. Now let me tell you about the Altec language. Altec language covers a group of languages consisting of 34 languages of Turkic branch, 10 languages of Mongolic branch, 11 languages of Manchu Tongish branch. The number of speakers is over 140 million, 8.8 million, and 150,000 respectively. The speakers disperse over widespread area ranging from the eastern part of Europe to East Asia, including the west and northeast of China, Mongolia, and Russia and Siberia. Among the Altaic languages, the following languages are in critical danger of disappearing. Many languages of the Altaic family, particularly almost all of the languages of the Manchu Tongish branch, are on the verge of extinction. Turkiop, Manchurian, Kyrgyz, Chulim, Tatar, Tuban, Tofa, and Mongolic, Oirat, and Manchu Tungustic, Ovan, Arman, Orkan, Onko, Soron, Manju, Ude, Olcha, Orok. Those are the examples of the language that are on the verge of extinction. Now let me dive deeply into the fieldwork and documentation on Altaic languages. How we do the documentation. There are 5 stages to do so. First stage is the preparation phase, which is as follows. First, we need to select the languages of the investigation. Of course, we select the languages that are about to be extinct. Second, we need to come up with the questionnaire, and we need to modify and supplement the questionnaire. We need to also find out the questionnaires, what are missing, what needs to be modified. But here, in order to collect homogeneous material over several sessions, we need to take care that the questionnaire is not revised too much. Third things that we need to prepare is the equipment for sound and video recording. One of the most important things in doing field work is to obtain recorded sound material of the highest quality. Then we need an environment comparable to a recording room with the soundproof equipment. However, since it is not possible to prepare facilities like this one on the spot, we have developed the best way to record through painstaking test recording with the best equipment. We make not only speech recordings but also the video recording. There are many reasons for this: to allow an adequate phonetic analysis where we can refer to the shape of the mouth and the lips, to include the face of the informant, to reserve the backup materials in case of the recordings made with the sound recording do not turn out well, and to provide both sound and video recording in case we make the recording available online. Fourth stage is the relations with the locals. We need to know the local circumstances beforehand. We contact researchers at universities or research institutes in the area where the field work to be conducted at least 3 months in advance to get the information about the language community and the local transportation. Second stage that we need to do is the field work. In case of the investigator, we normally form a team of 4 researchers who leads the team and take care of the proceeding of the investigation, who specialize in the language. So the first one is the consultant, who is usually with a PhD degree or PhD students or researcher, and 1 graduate student who can take care of the sound and video recording, and 1 member who is fluent in the local language as an interpreter. Now, the target of the research is Usually, after arrival at the place of the investigation, we decide on the consultant with the help of the cooperation body or a person. In case that the consultant lives in an area that is not easily reached by transportation, it is sometimes better that the research team ask the consultant to meet the team elsewhere at an agreed place and time. An appropriate consultant uses his/her own native languages as a language of everyday life, is fluent in this language, and is about 60 years old and in good health. In case of the investigation place, an appropriate place for investigation varies according to the circumstances. The first candidate could be residence of the consultant. However, one should consider the circumstances where the consultant does not wish to researchers to have his in her house, or the structure of the house does not block out animal sounds such as chickens or other things. If the consultant agrees, hotel room may be the most suitable choice. It is not only quiet, but also leaves the consultant relaxed to respond and free from housework. And also, we can provide tea, cigarettes, other refreshment. Also, dining inside the hotel save the time for the investigation. The fourth stage is the digitalizations of the data. These sections explain the process of digitalizations, marking the segmentations of the collected audio and video files. First, digitalization means a data collected in the field work is kept in audio and video tapes. This data is converted to digital files to be analyzed and supplied on the web. We use Sony SoundForge 7.0 and Adobe Auditions 1.0 as a software for converting the voice data into digital format. And they were used for converting the files, marking word boundaries, removing unnecessary noise, sampling for analytical testing, converting file form for web services. Next is a marking and extractions. Marking is a process of putting an individual mark according to word or sentence units in digitalized files using SoundForge. Marking allows us to recognize which marked regions correspond to which items in the questionnaire, making utilization more efficient, and also by automatically cutting the marked regions, it enables us to store and reuse the data as individual files. When the marking process is done, words or sentences are saved as individual files. Consequently, we get as many new files as the number of the marked regions. Next, converting and marking the video files. Video recordings of the field work is saved in the video tapes. And the software we used is Window Move Maker. Next, let me tell you about the fourth phase, which is analyzing and storing the data. Researchers in charge of the respective language transcribe the data, listening to the extracted audio files repeatedly. The transcription is based on the International Phonetic Alphabet. It is typed into Excel spreadsheets for future database use. Researchers consult video files for more precise transcriptions. As I mentioned before, we look at the audio file, look at the lips, and also the mouth movement. Next, fifth phase is offering data on the map. In order to provide web service, the file must be converted into streaming format. The AVI files, complete with the file names, were converted into streaming format through a software called All Video Converter. Here we must take into consideration that the data transfer rate is to secure stable access for researchers all around the world with the various internet connection types. The higher the data transfer rate, the higher the definition of the picture, but there are instances where video data is cut off when high data transfer rates are not supported by the environment. So we need to keep that in mind. So these are the process how we conduct. Now, let me elaborate what we investigate, how we come up with a questionnaire. The questionnaires are made with the intent of collecting homogeneous data in order to gain an understanding of the linguistic system of the language under investigation, and usually it takes about 3 to 4 days. The questionnaires consist of 3 parts: vocabulary, basic conversations, and grammar. And we made our first questionnaires in 2000 for Chinese-speaking regions and have modified it continuously during the field work. And also we came up with the Russian versions as well as the Mongolian versions, identical to that of the Chinese versions and all the way to the Spanish versions. Let me tell you a more specific way. The vocabulary parts is divided into 4 parts, level 1 to level 4, based on the degree of the importance. The vocabulary level 1 and level 2 consists of 250 items, 550 items respectively, and total of 800 words. And level 3 consists of 1,300 items. Level 4 made up of 700 items. The total is 2,800 items. We divide the words into several semantic classes. The 24 classes are, for example, astronomy, geography, weather, time, period, seasons, occupation, politics, economy, culture, military, disease, human bodies, food, utensil, animals, hunting, domestic animals, breeding, birds, fishes, insect, plants, metals, jewels, directions, quantiles, pronouns, characters, states, behavior, actions, etc. So we follow this order without discriminating between level 1 and level 2, followed by level 3 and level 4, separately arranged in terms of the semantic classes. Second, the basic conversation sections include 334 conversational sentences can be used in familiar occasions in daily life. Some common daily situations are, quote-unquote, first encounters, visits, huntings, taking a rest, getting up, going out, weather, meals, sharing of the catch, medical treatment, shopping, apologies, seasons, pleasures, parting, skills, taste, drinking, tea, and activities one likes. So, total of 14 items. Through this, we can understand how they exchange their greetings, how the first encounters happens, and also in a situation category like medical treatments and shopping, one can make observations on the contemporary languages and we can find out about the colors and numbers. The grammar section was created to gain an understanding of the basic grammatical systems. It is divided into 7 parts: invariant words and case markers, inflectionals, endings, derivationals, affixes, copular, auxiliary, inflected words, negative clauses, interrogative clauses, quotations, special constructions. The example is more than 380 sentences. The items are as follows. First, invariant words and case markers. As you know, in Altec languages, the characters of the persona pronouns are different, especially the singular and plural. They have 2. That includes I, myself, and that exclude I, myself, and also singular and plurals are very different, and cases and case markers are different. And also we have present, past, and future, and volitive, imperative, gerundial endings, conjunctive endings, indicative and tense. All of these are different. And there are a lot of grammatical markers on inflected words like derivational affixes like causative, passive, reflexive, reciprocal, cooperative, progressive, frequent, tentative, speculative mood, intentional mood. All of these were investigated. Now, regarding copular, present tense, and past tense. In case of the constructions of the auxiliary verb, we had to investigate different kinds of the constructions of the negative, interrogative, quotation clauses such as nominal negation, adverbial negation, verbal negations, negative, imperative, negative polarity items forming an interrogative sentences. And constructions of quotation and special construction were also included. The investigation things that we have done until now are as follows. Let me show you this. A lot of languages were investigated. I dare to say that you can never find any kind of the research result as much as we did. Starting from year 2003, September, 4 languages were investigated: Orchen, Tagore, Fuyu, Kyrgyz. Not only Kyrgyzstan, but also in China, Kyrgyz is also used. And also Sibo, which is quite similar to Manjur. And in the year of 2004, Kirkits, Owanki, Buryat, Sor, Altai, Dalek, Tuba, all of these were investigated. 2005, more languages like Kazakh, Awanki, Yakut. Yakut was in February and was minus 48 degrees. I went there and actually investigated because indoors quite hot, so I was wearing short sleeves. And then Yakua, Burat, Shavas, Manju, Mongol, and Tubat, East Uyghur, West Uyghur, and Nanai. As I mentioned, similar languages like Nanai, well, in the area of the Russia, it was called as Nanai, but for the China, it called Hahai. So the one same language was divided by the boundary or the national border. 2006, Manju, Kakach, Uday, Kalmyk, in the month of April, the flowers were blossoming, especially the tulip was beautiful, and also Mongol, Tuba, Manju, Baon, and Salar, and Kirkits. 2007, Brat, Awan, Dolgan, Mongol. There are some names that you have heard, but some never heard, like Borat, etc. Mostly from January to August, you can see that we utilize summer vacations and also winter vacations. In 2008, Karmit, Oryat, and Mongol, Ult, Negidal were investigated. All the way until 2008, the financial support has been completed. Therefore, we have mobilized our own funds, so not much language were investigating in the year 2009, Altai, 2010, Nevo, Olchi, in 2011, Nanai, Olchi, Onk, Manchu. 2012, Manchu, Udeo, Nanai, that's all. And then 2016, Nanai, very detailed investigation. 2019, Ulta. So until now, we are investigating. So a lot of language investigation was done using consistent, same questionnaire so that we can maintain the consistency. Based on this, we don't have many researchers, so we had to analyze the research result, but we don't have much human power to do so. So most of the papers that we have written are as follow. For example, documentations of endangered Altai language and documentation of Altai language for the maintenance of the language diversity, linguistic questionnaires for investigation of Altai language, and practical guide to building digital archive, textual analysis, and materials of spoken Manchu Seoul National University, and English. It was written in English. More than 8 papers were published, written in English. We'll keep publishing the research result in English so that we can distribute it throughout the world. And also there are papers about study of the Mongol Kamingan spoken in northeastern Mongolia, study of Dolgon and grammar of Ewan, descriptions of Hin Nanai, the life and rituals of the Nanai people. So a total of 8 books were published. We will continuously publish these books in English. I have discussed at length various aspects of vanishing languages that are about to be extinct. What I mean by endangered language, why they are disappearing, how we can preserve them, and how we should investigate research these languages for their preservations were covered by myself until now. It is a tragic reality that part of our cultures are ceasing to exist along with our languages. We have again realized that linguists today should be concerned about these problems. With a greater sense of duty and enthusiasm, the linguistic community of Korea, especially that of the study of the Altaic languages, will strive to contribute to contemporary linguistics by putting in greater efforts to record and research endangered languages. Lastly, I'd like to mention that all of this was possible because of the financial support. The financial support is currently no more available right now. Last comment I'd like to make is I'd like to introduce to you the words of Shi Jinggang, a Manchurian young man whom I met during the Manchu language investigation. He was the only Manchurian speaker among the younger generation. Seeing the Manchu language gradually disappearing, the young man told me that his heart was broken. He didn't think that he could let the Manchu language disappear from this world. He looked up words from local adults who knew the Manchu language. He said that his biggest wish was to teach Manchu language to all young people in the village, including the elementary school students. On the last day of our investigation, he said as follows. There was a big balloon called Manchu language. The wind came out gently when the leash was loosened. Now it's become a crumpled balloon with a little air left. The balloon will be round if we pump the air in again, but no one is blowing wind. I'll have a hard time blowing the wind by myself, but it's hard. But if I keep doing that, it will get bigger one day. I believe that day will come. The story of balloon by Manchu language guardian Mr. Shinju, who blows balloons with great dreams, remains in my heart with his intense eye and his passion. That moment is deeply engraved in my heart. That concludes my presentations under the title of the Fieldwork Endangered High-Tech Language in China, Russia, Mongolia, and Central Asia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwon Jae-il. And now we listen to all the presentation of the first session. And now, under the theme of preservation of indigenous languages, we will have a discussion. Because of the COVID-19, this forum is being held in a hybrid manner through Zoom and the YouTube live streaming. Presenters and discussants that are in Korea are present here with us with full compliance with quarantine rules. I'd like to ask the discussants to come up to the stage once the stage is ready.
그럼 이번 토론의 좌장을 맡아주실
And
소아스 런던 대학교의
I'd like to invite Professor Yeon Jae-hoon of SOAS University of London, who will moderate this discussion. I'd also like to introduce the discussion. First, Vice President of the 결의말 근사전 Jung Do-sang and Professor Kwon Hyuk-soo of Korea University and Professor Jung Eun-jin of Korea University, and I myself, Kang Chung-yong, former professor at Korea University. I'd like to invite Professor Yeon Jae-hoon for your moderation. Hello, everybody. Just has been introduced. I'm Yeon Jae-hoon. I will be moderating the first session discussion. I am at the Department of Korean Studies at the SOAS University of London. We have about 1 hour and 20 minutes, and we will be engaged in discussion. And Vice President Jung Do-sang will have a brief presentation on a cultural project that is in procedure during the discussion, and we will take up about 1 hour to go over the previous presentations. I believe we will have enough time for in-depth and insightful discussion. This is being streamed live via YouTube, and I understand about 80 participants are here with us online. If there are any questions, please use the chatting box to leave your questions. And now, for time consideration, with no further ado, we will move on to the discussion. I'd like to ask the discussants to feel free to engage in a discussion without no set format. You may ask questions or make comments.
Who would like to do first? Let me do it. Yes, Kang Chung-yong.
교수님 그 어게이 보아예 교수님께서는 오늘
I'd like to ask a question to Professor Boaye.
좀 생소한 용어 에피랭귀스틱
Today, you mentioned a somewhat unfamiliar term, epilinguistic.
메타랭귀스틱과 어떤 차이점이 있는지
And I want to know if it's a synonym to metalinguistic or if there is a different meaning. And what was your purpose of using the term epilinguistic? I understand they appeared 3 times during your presentation. And my second question is about the Midi-France region's terminology. It's a newly formed term. It's kind of a semantic creation in a sense. This refers to, for example, the term beluga. I try to explain the origin of the beluga term, but since we don't have enough time, I'll skip this and deliver this directly to Professor Boaye via email. And with that, I'd like to conclude my discussion.
Merci, professeur, de ces questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Kang. You made 2 comments. The first was about metalinguistics and epilinguistics difference. This may not be a generally used and widely used terminology, but the term epilinguistic or epilinguistic discourse is a discourse about linguistics or language, or could be a discourse of all general phenomenon. So if there's a language speaker and thinks something is right or wrong, and they will be able to express that thought, and this is the epilinguistic discourse. Also, there is a slight difference from a metalinguistic discourse. This is something that goes beyond the ordinary discourse. This could be more science-based. For example, a dictionary holds metalinguistic terminology to help you understand the difference. It is actually very important to distinguish between the two, because when we conduct researches and collect terms, what we want to collect are not metalinguistic terms, but epilinguistic terms. And secondly, about your latter part of the comment, I talked about the wine producers, and you also mentioned that example. It is true that there are many creative namings. Coupe d'amour is an example. It means a teacup of love. Even the sound is very beautiful. And you also talked about the term beluga. Beluga, you may wonder why this is used as a wine label. First of all, it has a meaning of spark. For example, for Mouton d'Abal, for this wine, it has the imagery of blood sparking upwards. So the beluga of a wine is used to convey the meaning of a spark. I don't know whether I satisfied your question. And about beluga, well, you made a brief comment, and so to make some additional comments, according to the Bouty-Robert dictionary, as you all know, it means a mammal of the cat family. But from mid-20th century, it's starting to also have the meaning of a sturgeon. And that is how we became aware of the so-called beluga caviar. This was the origin of the label. Caviar is known as one of the most rare and valuable cuisine in the world. So, this term beluga, which was also labeled, used for the label of a white wine, apart from its meaning of a white whale, the original meaning of beluga was used in a metaphoric manner to encourage the drinkers to slowly appreciate the wine. Yes, that is right. Just as you said, just as you explained about the beluga, they have all those meanings. So when you go back to the origin in its Occitan language, it has the meaning of spark. So that was why I wanted to explain that original meaning. And in a sense, the origin itself could be somewhat complicated. But in the Occitan language, beluga means spark. So when you drink the wine, this sparkly feeling, emotion could be inspired to the drinker. And for your explanation, I do agree, and I understand your explanation that beluga means spark.
I'd like to ask one question. I'm a graduate school student and representing
I'm professor at graduate schools. I study Korean histories, and as a student of a graduate school, I enjoyed all the presentations. Especially, I have a question to Ms. Mandana and also to Professor Boye. And as I listened to your presentation, Ms. Seyfeddinipur, what was most impressive was that the importance of language is being magnified during this COVID-19, especially for the minority language. They are at the risk of being marginalized, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic. This was something that never came to my mind previously. And another impressive fact you mentioned was that many people are not actually quite aware of the current status of minority languages, because I myself, I must confess, was not that aware of that situation. Many people, including myself, use Korean language as a native language, and since Korea is a homogeneous race, we Koreans seem not to be quite conscious about the issue of minority languages. Well, I study pedagogy, and so I think as a scholar myself, I felt that I should feel that responsibility to make people more aware. So as I listen to the various UNESCO projects that you mentioned, I think they're very inspiring and meaningful. My question is that in our daily lives, for people like us who cannot have the opportunity to feel the endangeredness of minority languages, I think education is very important. Such kind of PR, in a sense, is important. So if there are any type of specific measure or educational program that was developed by UN, I would like to gain some knowledge about that. So that is my question to you.
Thank you for your questions, and I think over the past 5, 6, 7 years, a lot of material and a lot of knowledge has been accumulated and is being developed also in preparation for the upcoming decade by UNESCO and by the UN. I'm not fully aware of all the different programs. Our colleague here will probably tell us more about this. However, I think it is exactly right that people do not know about the current status of the situation, but it is important to understand that the word language stands for a group of people that is marginalized and excluded from resources and access to resources. And we know this is happening, and it's over and over again happening. And the COVID situation just made the situation, it magnified it, right? What is going on the whole time. And now the vaccination situation is doing it again. So we can see that we're dealing with a political dimension. And there is many things that can be done, and you can see it as a pedagogue in schools. Children that speak minority languages, depending on the value, on the valorization in the majority culture, they might be embarrassed speaking it, they might hide it. And so what a teacher can do right then and there is actually cherish and celebrate it by doing an International Mother Language Day, where each child tells a story in their heritage or their home language, right? So of course it depends if it's a language that is has a value high status, which is the majority languages, or a lower one. But each one of us in their daily lives can do a lot, and in schools it's massive. And I'm sure Professor Boye has a lot to talk about Occitan and the history there, what happens, or what is how children are pushed and into a marginalized identity, and they don't want that. And so that's another factor that is coming in here. So we can do a lot of things, and each one of us on their grounds. And as a pedagogue, you can just develop a lot. I mean, just have a guessing game. How many languages are there?
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
그러면 다른
Any other questions? Well, I'd like to give chance to other participants. Any other questions?
Do you have another question to Professor Boye? Yes, I do have a question to Professor Boye as well. So then you may ask a brief question to Professor Boye and ask for your reply. And I actually have a related question. So if I am allowed, I'd like to ask the question. Well, yes, and Professor Mandana also mentioned about it. And the Occitan example seems to be something very meaningful for Korea as well. What was most impressive was that the language users themselves should have their own ethnic pride and make efforts to try to revive their language. And that was what actually took place in Occitan. And in the case of Korea, the Jeju dialect could be relevant to the Occitan dialect, which is designated as endangered language by UNESCO. So I want to ask Professor Boyer, what is the source of that type of pride on the part of the Occitan locals in vitalizing their language? Can I ask for your answer, Professor Boyer?
Merci, mais c'est une question
Yes, thank you.
à laquelle j'essaie de répondre et qui n'est pas évidente. La réponse n'est pas évidente.
Well, I actually am seeking the answer to that question. For example, on a national level or on a racial level, the concept or issue of pride is not something that could be easily defined. When you think of a state, and loyalty is important, but you can think of the Basque language, but you cannot discover any noteworthy sense of pride, which is quite different from the Occitan language. But this does not mean that they are belligerent or too active. The nationalist pride, well, rather than a nationalist pride, I think it has more to do with the pride about their language itself and the history of their language. Kind of, when you look at the history of Occitan, you could discover a history of democratization. And they went through a history of democracy. Also, in that process, that was how the Occitan speakers lived there and continue to use that language. And this is how the Occitan language was preserved throughout history. Of course, it was influenced by globalization as well. Also, retreat to identity is another phenomenon we're seeing in a globalized world. With a greater pace of globalization, people turn back to regionalization and also want to go back to their source of identity. I think the same could be discovered with the Occitan language. But this isn't limited to Occitan, but could be discovered in other minority languages as well. Also, when you look ahead into the future of Occitan and its prospect, nobody actually knows. As many people said previously, nobody actually imagined that Occitan would be used for these type of various products. But this phenomenon itself is truly interesting and, in a sense, inspiring. And as we observe this phenomenon, this is a very interesting study. So I feel there is a need to continue with the study, but any type of a national level of pride or a people-based of pride, I don't think that is relevant to the Occitan. But it is true that there is a strong sense of identity about the Occitan language.
Thank you very much. Next. Any question to Chef Jaco de Toit? Any question? Anyone? Yes, I have a question to Chef Jaco de Toit. I have two questions. First, well, the word atlas of language, you talk about that, and also digitalization, you talked about that. My first question is, UNESCO Word Atlas of Language and the report. What are the contents? What are you going to include? Second question, despite a lot of efforts by UNESCO, still not many indigenous languages are being digitalized. So any additional support do you have planned to support so that the digitalizations of the indigenous language can be done? If you do, can you elaborate? So these are the two questions that I'd like to ask to Chef Jaco de Toit. Can you answer that, please?
Thank you so much.
I also have a question. Chef Jaco de Toit, yes, can you answer, please? Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for those questions. If you allow me, I'll also just briefly touch upon the previous question on the importance of education in the promotion of multilingualism. And I think this is a very appropriate question within the celebration of the International Day of Mother Language. So I think while UNESCO is the UN agency together with the rest of the UN that is spearheading, I think also the importance of raising awareness of the importance of mother language education. There are several actions that can be done. I think the first one is that there are, of course, the necessary normative instruments that acknowledge languages, and then that gives the scope to it being taught within official education systems. The second element that I can mention also is the importance, of course, of developing content, curricula, learning materials that are in local languages, so that the learners from those indigenous language speakers can actually access materials in the indigenous languages. This requires money, this requires investment, the necessary infrastructure to be put in place. And I think we also encourage our member states in order to put those normative frameworks into place, those structures into place that also acknowledge the importance of mother language education, and then to develop also the necessary materials. In fact, within the Global Plan of Action on indigenous languages for the decade, one specific field of action will actually treat the importance of education, and several options will be given to the different stakeholders in order to engage in the promotion of mother language education, and promoting mother language education also within school systems. Now, coming back to the last two questions, of which the first one relates to the World Atlas of Languages and to what kind of information will be presented. I think, first of all, this World Atlas of Languages will provide data on the existence of languages with a set of about 36 or more indicators that enable one to fully gauge the importance of a language and where that language stands in terms of its usage, in terms of its speakers, in terms of research that has been carried out, etc. But overall, there would be the data about a specific language that will be provided, and then additional information that would enable one to see what research has been done, what materials exist already, etc. So this form would first of all present the official data that has been received from the relevant national institutions about the status of a language, and secondly would also permit an opportunity for academia, for civil society organizations, for indigenous peoples organizations, also to upload additional resources that show the vitality of an indigenous language. So I hope that gives you a snapshot also of the data that would be presented. In terms of your second question on the importance of digitalization and what support is provided in digitalization of languages, I think first of all, as I mentioned also in my intervention, one should acknowledge the UNESCO recommendation that talks about the importance of multilingualism and the use of technology as a means to preserve but also promote the usage of indigenous languages. And this recommendation provides also for opportunities for member states, but also other institutions to engage in a range of activities that would promote the digitalization of languages and the usage of languages within cyberspace. I think this said, UNESCO is engaged in several initiatives ranging from working on the digitalization of some documentary heritage collections that are within indigenous languages to the encouragement of young people to make use of these languages within the scope of new technological development. I mentioned the hackathon that was organized in Thailand, for example, or the development of mobile applications that are either in an indigenous language or promoting the usage of an indigenous language. So I hope that provides you with a scope of some of the activities that are engaged in, and I invite you to look also at other options that can be explored within the UNESCO recommendation, and I'll shortly post also the link to this recommendation. Thank you.
네, 선생님.
네, 답변 감사합니다.
네,
Thank you for the reply.
감사하고요. 그러니까 선생님께서 답변 주신 내용 두 가지를 합쳐서 생각해 보니까
Well, adding your two answers, I believe political foundation needs to be established. That's the first thought that crossed my mind. And second, we need to activate or invigorate the usage of the indigenous language, but we need to come with the curriculums or education materials, and we need to commercialize that, and also we need to use that so that we can actually boost the usage of the indigenous language. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
아까 그 야흐야 알마타르 요베 선생님이 질문하실 게 있는데
And I understood that Mr. Yarmata had a question to ask. You may take this chance to ask a question.
네, 해주십시오.
Yes, Mr. Jaco de Toit, you can ask a question.
Good afternoon. Okay, thank you.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. 질문 기회 주셔서요. 이번 기회를 빌어.
Are you hearing me? Hello. Okay, can I go ahead? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just said good afternoon to all of you. I wish to seize this opportunity to thank the moderator and all the presenters for a job well done. Mine is a little bit of a compliment as well as a question or few questions pertaining to the presentations that were made. First of all, I want to comment on Mr. Professor Boyer's program or presentation, in which he showed a very important issue where he talked about using the indigenous languages in labeling brands and so on in his presentation. That was really very good because I think what we want to do is if you want to promote indigenous languages, we have to make them feel belonging. And if they didn't see anything associated to them and their languages, then they feel isolated. And in this manner, I think we can as well try to take it further to make sure that in the issues of fashions, entertainment, cinemas, and commercial advertisements and so on, we can as well try to advocate a little bit of trying to use indigenous languages, in commercializing them. Even in traffic lights and things like that, you put it in the language that is common and a little bit of the indigenous language. Yes, and with time, people would come to understand and appreciate the whole issue. Again, I would want to add one other important thing here, Professor Boyer, and I would do that in my capacity as the president of the Union of African Traditional Sports and Games, as well as the regional vice president of the International Council on traditional sports and games. I was thinking that in this current situation that we have, if we are to promote languages and all these other things, we have to start from the young ones. The old ones, we cannot change their habits. But the younger ones, we have to capture them before they grow. And the best areas that you can capture the young ones is through sports. And why can't we as well start to use the issue of indigenous languages in promoting in sports? And that is where the International Council for Traditional Sports and Games comes in. They're trying to promote traditional sports and games. But promoting them alone is not enough. But again, in addition to promoting the traditional sports and games, we would as well need to make sure that these games and all the rules and regulations are written in the local, in the indigenous languages, and then we promote them to the international world so that they too would see themselves speaking the indigenous languages and being allowed to compete in international competitions. If we do that, the young ones that do not value their indigenous languages and aspiring to speak English, French, or any other, the common ones, would at least be encouraged to get into that. And coming into that, it connects me to Chief Jaco's comments, because he mentioned the job that UNESCO has been doing. And there is one important thing when we come to sports, because UNESCO has taken the initiative of safeguarding and promoting the traditional sports and games through the cooperation and coordination between the UNESCO Advisory Committee, which was established in June 2017, and the permanent delegation of the member states, respective governments, national, regional, and international authorities. So we have the MINEP, we have all these things. So UNESCO is having it. It's housed in UNESCO. And I'm seeing that the link can be through UNESCO to make sure that we use these traditional sports and games and promote them as well. I may be briefing on that, a little bit on that in my discussions tomorrow. But again, it brings me to another issue which Aili indicated, where they said that some of the languages are getting extinct. And I can remember when we went to this closing event in New Mexico, I met, I was a coordinator, a moderator as well as a presenter there, and I met an old man who came to me and said, is there anything that anybody can do for us? I said, us who? He said, his own local language, indigenous language. He is 60 years old, getting to 70, and he said he's the only person that is speaking that local language. So eventually, we are bound to lose a local language. So I want to ask the panelists, any one of you, what do you think, Aili and Boya and Toit, Chief Jaco, what do you think we could do for people like that, who are the last speakers of the indigenous languages, as we look into the atlas of the indigenous languages? What can we do for them? Thank you very much. I've taken a lot of time. Do I have more questions? But I think I can stop it here until I hear from you. Thanks for giving me the floor.
Maybe I can start with an answer. First of all, we run an organization that does exactly that. We support speakers, we support the documentation of languages that works with last speakers, and that at least, preserves their knowledge. And we do that supporting local scholars, researchers, documenters, documenting languages and preserving the materials in a digital archive that is globally accessible all over the place. If you look at it, you will see there's a number of projects where people have worked with last speakers. So there's an infrastructure there that can be tapped into, that can be connected to, where there's funding, where there's training available, and there's a digital archive with an infrastructure that is there. I also wanted to mention something on using sports. Sports is not something that is shared across the youth globally. There's many places where children do not have sports, where they work and where they don't have the time to do this, where sports is a very male activity and not an activity that is shared by girls. So I do think that it's a bit much more complex picture, how you can pick up the youth or the children. And we really have to be very careful to come up with the idea that it's sports, because if you think about who does sports, where sports done, who can do sports, and in children who does not do sports, then there is something we need to think about carefully as, you know, other venues to encourage kids to use the languages. I'm handing over to Professor Boyer. He probably also has a lot to say about this.
네, 네.
Pardonnez-moi. Oui, sur le sport, je partage
Yes,
ce que vient de
about sports.
savoir que dans des tas d'endroits, les filles n'ont pas accès au sport.
I agree with Ms. Mandana as well, because in certain parts of the world, in terms of the gender difference, there is a big gap. Also, there could be discrimination about sports. But I think sport is still an area that we should not ignore, because it is something that could involve many of the young generation. In my case, I also have a related experience. During the Barcelona Olympics, I worked as a cultural council, and I met with the Olympic officials. And it is a recorded event. And in Catalan, they speak the Catalan language and the Spanish language. And Olympic also has two official languages, which is English and French. So back then, it was an issue for us. We actually needed to solve that issue. So in total, we had to broadcast it in 4 different languages during the Barcelona Olympics. There were 2 official languages, but in Barcelona, we had a total of 4. In the case of events like the Olympics, well, in Catalonia, they preferred the Catalan language, of course. Well, as I remember that occasion, we try to solve that problem by sports. So I think we should keep sports in consideration. It is true that there is the inequity issue. Nevertheless, we must not ignore the possibility of sports. Thank you very much.
우리 야흐야 조베 선생님 하실 말씀이 많은 것 같은데.
I believe you have a lot of questions, but that concludes the answer. We also have discussion tomorrow, so we can continue our discussion. Well, may I pose a question? May I? Yes. May I pose a question? Briefly, please. Go on. You have the floor. Briefly.
Okay. Briefly, when I spoke of sports, I'm not talking about conventional sport or Olympic sports. We're saying traditional sports and games. And when you talk about tradition, girls and ladies have traditions. And they identify small sports and games that they play culturally without Olympics or trying to use English and whatever. But if we promote the sports that belong to them traditionally and raise it among them, and then they will be playing it, and that is a way of promoting their indigenous languages. I'm talking about traditional or indigenous sports and games, not the Olympics. That's a higher level. And I can understand, Madam Mandana, you're talking about that high level. I'm talking about something that would make life easy and fun for indigenous people, traditional sports and games, most of which are not even within the Olympics games. But if we promote it within the traditions and so on, it will rise, and maybe in some few years to come, it will start being understood as traditional games, competitions and events and so on. That's what I mean. So we can venture into that, and we develop them as they grow.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you. I think your point is taken, and further discussion can be
tomorrow. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. May I pose a question, please? Can I have the floor? May I?
네,
Yes?
말해도 될까요?
May I? Do I have a floor?
토착어로 문학가기 시범 사업에 대해서
아니요.
말씀하시려고
지금
No.
대화한 것에 대해서.
I'd like to make comment about our discussion. Yes, please be brief.
한국어에는
If you look at Korean language, the word sports include not only the sports that we do daily, like an exercise, physical exercise, but also like a game, like a play. And like we have traditional games like kayak or like hide and seek. Those are the games that we do that is directly related with our tradition. So I guess there was a bit of a gap of understanding. Now I have a question to Henri.
The users of Occitan in that region, whether they live there or not, considering their economic capacity, is there a difference with the majority or the average of French people? And considering their political influence or political power, is there a gap compared to the average? For example, in Korea, the people that use the Jeollanamdo dialect compared with the Gyeongsangnam-do province dialect users, in the past, they were faced with a kind of a political economic disadvantage. And for about 70 or more years, or about 700 years, they were the oppressed, so to say, people, whereas the Gyeongsang-do province residents enjoyed a more of a dominant position. So for example, in Korea, they use a Gyeongsang-do dialect to name a Korean liquor, even though it's a dialect. Well, could you please keep your question brief? And in Korea, the lower class, for example, criminals depicted in movies use the Jeollado dialect, whereas the Gyeongsang-do dialect is used by CEOs or high elites in Korea. So I want to know if there's kind of this disparity for the Occitan language regarding any economic, social, or political disparity to Professor Boyer. Yes, regarding the Occitan language, for a long period of time was used by the residents of the rural part. It was long regarded as a vernacular language, and in 21st century, the users that use the Occitan language were somewhat reluctant to pass on their language to their children. But we're seeing a new phenomenon. The Occitan language is increasingly being used, as I said in my presentation. In the rural part, well, it was not necessarily in the rural part. The upper class, called the so-called bobo, started to use the Occitan language more frequently and widely, and this is taking place not in the rural part, but in the urban area. So it seems that it is more increasingly being used by the modern intellects of France. In the past, the Occitan was regarded as kind of a dialect of the rural part, but today we see a kind of a modernization of the language. In the presentation, I talked about a so-called nostalgic loyalty toward the Occitan language, and I think we can understand that from a similar context. For example, in the past, the speakers of Occitan language were not economically well off. They were mainly the peasants in the past, working on farms, but that is not necessarily so today. There is a kind of a novel utilization of the Occitan language in the economic or commercial area. So which direction it will take, whether this will continue or not, nobody knows for sure. But when you look at the current phenomenon and when you compare that with the past, there is a difference, evidently. there is a greater prestige, more well-positioned language. And people that want to enjoy a kind of prestige in the society now enjoy using the Occitan language.
Well, we thought that we had ample time, but there are so many questions. So we are under heavy pressure of time. We are accepting questions through live chat room. Well, let me read the question. Professor Min Hyun-sik of Seoul National University asked a lot of questions, and the question is related with Altai language. So I'd like to read this question. So Professor Kwon Jae-il, please answer. Thank you very much for your presentation. And you mentioned many things, and I totally agree. Well, let me skip that. Let me ask a couple of questions. First question. You said that research team's website aims to become the global center of the research on Altai language, facilitating web serves using research data that is converted into database. And I'm curious about the current progress. It would be helpful if you could briefly introduce and explain to us when the website will be open, what will be included on it. And second, you said that the research team on the Altai language endangered extinction has two goals for the field study, with the second goal being to clarify the lineage of the Korean language in relation to the Altai language. I'd like to know where the field study was helpful in clarifying the lineage of the Korean language, and to what degree was it helpful. And in relations with that, there are many scholars who are in disagreement with this, and can you elaborate that also? The last question is about the strategies. There are 7 categories in the grammar part, and I'm curious about the way you decide all those categories. How did you do it? But, well, if time allows, please briefly touch that upon. And lastly, the questionnaire said that I'm particularly interested in the story of Su Jin-gan, who introduced the conclusions. There are movements around the world to revitalize the dead languages and languages in danger of extinctions, including the coronation marks in the UK and Aili in Japan. I'd like to know, can you explain how you personally see the future of the revitalization movement of the Manchu language? And also, the next question is, what's the influence of the dominant language to the minor language? What is your view on that? So can you cover all of these questions? Can you answer that? There are so many questions, I'm sorry. Well, there are many questions, but let me briefly touch that upon. First question is about the web service. As I mentioned before, we do have documents qualitatively, quantitatively superior, and our goal is to share this result of our investigation to everyone. And on the test base, we have already disclosed the homepage on the Korean Society of the Altai. And you can click the name of the language and also the word itself. For example, if there is a vocabulary called sun, if you look for that, regarding the vocabulary of sun, you can hear the sounds of the sun in different indigenous language, and also you can see the face, the movement of the mouth, and also you can see the transcriptions of that word itself. And we plan to disclose this on our homepage. And we are in the process of doing the web page digitalizations, but due to the limited financial resources, we couldn't complete this. But I hope that the government agencies can, well, one of the government agencies promised to help us. So as soon as we get the financial resources, we'll do that. So once again, the format is if you look for the name of the language and also the vocabulary itself, you can find everything. Now, the second question, it's about the lineage of Korean. I'll give one example so you can understand that. there is an Altai Republic within Russia. We went there to investigate. We've done a lot of investigations on the vocabulary itself. Now, one of the participants asked us questions. Well, you've done the research on more than 200 languages. How close is the Altai language with that of the Korean? I couldn't answer at that moment because we've done investigations of more than 200 or 300 languages, but I couldn't find any common vocabularies, which means even though we talk about the origins or the lineage of the Korean language, still I could not find any commonality between the Altai language and Korean language. In terms of the grammar and vocabulary, the meaning itself, what we found out based on our investigation, there are very little commonality or similarity. So up to now, my conclusions is that there could be some possibility that Korean comes from that language, but in terms of the lineage, we don't see any relations or any similarity. That is why there are strong divisions between the Korean belonging to the Altai and the other half who are con to this idea, says that there is very weak lineage to the Altai language. But this is not, this is sort of the partial differences. Now, the third question is about the survey questionnaires and question strategy. Well, we came up with the 7 categories in the grammar part, and as I mentioned that there are 2 kinds of the characteristics of the personal pronouns that includes I, myself, and that excludes I, myself. For example, I go and you go to school, and then I and we, or we say, let's go to the mountain, and we, I, all of these are very different. So depending on these characteristics of the personal pronouns, we can come up with different grammars. And also the causative and passive, reflexive comes up with a different result. So when we come up with a questionnaire, survey questionnaire, especially to understand the grammar part, a lot of state-of-the-art technology was required. Now, lastly, about this Mr. Su Jin-gang, the keeper of the Manju language, we went the Sanjas village, which is located in the Pyuhyu precinct, and it's near river of the Hungyu. And when we went there, we did some investigation, and in full-fledged manner, we went there in 2005, and we did a lot of investigation in that year, and we found out that there are less than 10 people who use Manju language. So Manju language was really on the verge of extinction. That is why Mr. Su Jin-gang, well, we saw a totally different story. In 2010, we went to Puyu district, the Puyu local government, one of the local government, and also there's a provincial university called Hungyu University, and also there's another university. So the academia and local autonomy, they hold hand to hand. They decide to revive Manju language together. They come up with a strong platform. And a lot of decisions were made. First of all, they have selected 16 people, and they pay 200 Chinese yuan to them. And these people who use Manju language, they made every effort to educate their own language to their children, their grandchildren, or to other people so that they can preserve Manju language. They also established a school that uses Manju language. And that work started from 2010. As a result of that, well, we couldn't see what kind of progress was made until now. But what I can tell you is that the residents of this Hanju village made a lot of effort. Professor Min, you asked a question that what happens to the minority language that exists within the dominant language? What kind of policy can be helpful? We went there to investigate Kutu language. Let me quote what he said. He said as follows: the Russian government actually respected our own culture, our own language, and to do that, they invited me and educated me. And because of that, the people who use our indigenous language disappear, which means that the Russian central government and Chinese central government, they are trying to implement the policy to help the people who use indigenous language, but actually the result is that these languages extinct because they try to learn dominant language, not the minority language or their language itself. They began to neglect their own language. So what I want to say is that the example of the Manju language can be very helpful. The academia, like universities and central government or regional government, they need to work together. And the most important player is the residents themselves. Their determination and willingness is the only success factor in preserving the indigenous language. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You made a very clear-cut answer to many questions. I believe we have about 15 minutes left, so this is how we'll proceed with the remaining time. Vice President Jung Do-sang will originally plan to give a briefing of a new project, but before that, there are a couple of questions in the YouTube chatting box and some questions we received in advance. And we will deliver them to the presenters so that you can give your answers after the project briefing by Vice President Jung Do-sang. One question is about how many languages are disappeared after 2010, and do you know which languages became extinct? If there is anybody who can answer this, I'd like to ask for your answer. And second question is about the Korean translation of the ethnic language. I think that for this question, it is about the Korean translation of the indigenous language, whether that will Tochago or Tobakimal. I think this is something that we should discuss locally. But what comes to my mind is that it's not so much indigenous language as minority language or endangered language and other similar concepts. But I believe maybe there was a reason why the term indigenous language was used instead of minority language and others. And Professor Min Hyun-sik of the Linguistic Department of Seoul National University asked more than 5 questions. So I'm afraid you cannot deliver all of them. And Professor Kwon answered about 2 of them. And there was another question about France, Occitan. The question was about whether the Occitan region has its autonomous government. And I replied that I understand that it is not an autonomy. But if I am wrong, please correct me, Professor Boyer. And also in the households of the Occitan users, what's the percentage of speaking in French and speaking in Occitan? I believe if you read through the presentation material of Professor Boyer, it will help you understand of the ethnic speakers' usage of the Occitan language. And so if Professor Boyer does have any additional comments to make, you may add them. We have about 10 minutes left, and Vice President Chung will give a briefing on the project on doing literature in the ethnic language.
고민이 좀 많았습니다. 이 학술 포럼을 하면서
I actually had many thoughts. How should I introduce the theme of the next academic forum? And I started thinking about this project on doing literature activities with indigenous languages, and I thought, why not introduce this during this academic forum? Story exists only through telling. A story that's composed of languages, whether it's verbally or by text or by movies or dramas or fables, it will be all told. And we call that activity telling. The stories of the ethnic language should be told And by this activity of telling, we could think of how we could collect the corpus of the ethnic language, and that's the background of this project. And it starts from March this year, and about September, that is the planned schedule. The reason why we're ending it at September is because we will use the contents of this project and think about another forum in October or November. So that is why we scheduled the project from March to September. In 2007, there is the Asia, Africa, and Latin America Writers Festival, which I attended, and that was when this came to my mind. There would be the scenario writers or novelists of the ethnic languages. We could support them so that they can write the contents and literature in their ethnic language.
Let's look at the detail. We could classify that into, in case the language with the characters, so we can submit and create poems or novels in an indigenous language, and also submit creations after translating them into English. Well, this is only a proposal, so I hope that you can submit it in English, and also recite creations with the communities or people that use indigenous language, and submit a video of the writing and sharing the process. So this is for the case of the indigenous language with the character. For indigenous language without character, first we can perform a creative poem or novel in an indigenous language, or submit a filmed or audio recorded myth, legend, folktale, or other story. So this could be one way to submit. For example, Professor Kwon Jae-il conducted investigations of the Altaik language, and he prepared questionnaires to conduct a survey. But if there are language keepers, then the language keeper can share the myth or legend or folk tales or other things, and we can video record that, and then we can submit that. So you could translate them into English or include English subtitles and submit a video of the recording process. Now, the subject is as follows. This is just an example, and I'm telling you that this is only proposals. We could widen the category boundaries. In case of Africa, Swahili and Isijuli. In Asia, Ainu and Iwanki. In case of Europe, Sami and Brutani. And also Occitan can be another example. In case of South America, Amara and Quechua. In case of North America and Oceania, there could be Algonquin and Toit. So 5 continents are our subjects, and two indigenous language per continent, and the authors or the language keepers who uses that language can also join. Well, we are taking part in the academic forum for the sustainable development of the indigenous language, and I strongly believe that sustainable is the key word, which means that not only we need to collect the documents and also records, but we need to also create new contents. And through the process of the creation, although the words or the contents could be limited, but still we need to create the contents. And when all of these are accumulated, and definitely the indigenous language can achieve further growth. The budget for
제
this,
생각으로는 현재
I
결의말
believe,
사업회가
is
예산의
that
일부를
the part of the 결의말 근사전 committee can pay the partial budget, and
근사전 사업회가
the joint board of the South and North for the compilations of the 결의말 근사전 and UNESCO, we can discuss about that. And the 2021, during the academic forum, during the agenda, we thought that we could propose this idea, and then you can all think about this. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
남은 시간에
In the remaining time,
관련된 질문이 있으시면 함께 해주셔도
you may also ask questions that's related to this project. And now, I'd like to hand over the microphone to our presenters. And you may feel free to answer the questions that are posed. Yes, Ms. Mandana?
Please unmute you.
Yes. I wanted to point out that you might want to look into our digital archive, the Endangered Languages Archive, endangeredlanguagesarchive.org, where we have recordings by over 500 indigenous languages from all over the world, and they have many recordings of verbal art, of the local verbal art, what they do, recordings of people creating culture, and there is a consortium of language archives that have collected language documentation materials, naturalistic recordings of people speaking endangered languages from all over the world. We also had a project on poems in endangered languages with the South Bank literature poetry library, and that book has been published, so you might also want to look at that. But really the Endangered Languages Archives are, have hours and hours and hours of recordings of people talking about their lives, but also verbal art and verbal histories and oral histories. So there is rich resources available, and this is exactly the kind of resources that we are talking about when we talk about the documentation of languages. Because one of the points I wanted to ask, especially the scholar doing the Altaic project, this sounds a very heavy linguistic analysis project, and I would really love to learn what was returned to the communities. Like, how did they get their own materials back? What was the return for them? Did they receive their own materials? And because I'm not sure that a database, so I'm wondering, like, how can, like, if we work with communities, it should be their interest first when we collect materials, and if communities want to revitalize and maintain, it's a recording of someone talking about his or her life, and not so much whether or not this is this phonetic or this morphological structure that is relevant. So I think it's something to keep in mind, that it's what I said in my talk, I mean, we need to join forces, and we need to, connect the dots of all the activities in the world and bring them together so that we are not reinventing wheels or doing things that are already, where are already infrastructures and resources there that can be used everywhere. So I recommend look at the Delaman Consortium. This is the consortium of language archives that was created within the last 20 years when language endangerment became a vital thing and people started to do documentation projects all over the world, globally. And Paradisec has over 1,200 languages, recordings of 1,200 languages. We have around 500 that was collected within the last 18 years. And these are all resources that are available for the communities in the first place. Then?
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
알타이어 조사를 하시면서 이 알타이어 공동체들
Well, Altaic languages, what kind of support or help we were able to give? So, Professor Emeritus Kwon Jae-il, if you can answer that. Well, within the SOAS University of London, there's an Endangered Language program, and Seoul National University, you also have this Endangered language program. And taking this opportunity, maybe SOAS University and Seoul National University, both of you can work together. So Professor Emeritus Kwon Jae-il, would you like to make a comment? Thank you very much for an outstanding questions and comment. Well, we didn't give any specific help to a certain regions, but rather I gave an example of Manju language. We went there, we tried to investigate the indigenous language, and we were able to help them to realize how valuable their own indigenous language is. Because whenever we visit a certain site, they are shocked. They said, our language is about to be extinct. Why are you here? What do you want to investigate? That was their response. But we keep telling them that your indigenous language is like a jewelry. We need to preserve that. It has a unique value. We keep telling them and we persuade them. And then after listening our persuasion, they actively take part in our investigation. Even if we came back to Korea, they were full of pride of their own indigenous language. And we didn't give any economic help or any financial help to them. But of course, we gave a very simple gift to them. But what was important is we told them that they must be proud of their own indigenous language and how valuable their languages are. That is our contribution. Well, we hope that more people can pay attention to that, and we'll make effort for that as well.
Thank you very much.
Not about economic contribution, but is the material that you collected also with the community? Do they have their own recordings? Because this is something that has happened a lot, right? So I do think it's important that, we take things, we create things, and we leave it also with the community. So it's very important for us in our program and SOAS to do that and to make sure that everything that is collected by our scholars and so on is also staying in the country and with the community. So I do think there is something that we should really take into account in the work we're going to be doing in the next years.
Yes, for that matter, do entirely agree. And our collection material is being shared with that relevant university and institution.
Thank you. Well, we'd like to invite two panelists. Professor Emeritus Anglibuaye, I guess you have something to say. And also, Chief Jaco du Toit, any last comment from you? And also, Mr. Jong Do-sang talked about a proposal, made a proposal. So any comment or impressions that you have about Mr. Jong Do-sang's proposals that you heard? Or if you believe that this kind of project is useless or any kind of comment is more than welcomed.
Bien. Merci. Ces questions. Pardon?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question.
Oui. Merci. Donc, à propos de l'espace de l'Occitan, il y a 4 régions.
Related to the space of Occitan language, it spreads over 4 municipalities. The 4 regions that Occitan language is used includes first Occitanie or Occitania. Well, it is called Occitanie or Occitania in total. It could be an imaginary space, but it is a very critical space. This concept of Occitania is the starting point of nostalgia. So, this region of Occitania holds a great symbolic value. As you all know, in the case of Occitan language, the Pyrenees region of Spain and Italy also uses the same Occitan language outside of France. And the number of speakers of the Occitan language naturally is decreasing. As I said previously, we saw a recent 7% decline to that speaker number. But as I also said, the representation of Occitan is also re-emerging. On the other hand, in terms of the portion of representation and usage, it is necessary to conduct a more detailed study.
네, 그렇지만 그 옥시탄을 사용하는 지역이 자치권을 가지고
And so I think that region does not have an autonomy. It's not an autonomous municipality.
Non. Vous avez tout à fait raison. J'aurais dû le préciser.
Yes, you are correct.
Par exemple, comme les Landes.
It does not have an autonomy. So there could be other autonomous regions in Germany and also in Spain, but that is not true for Occitan. In terms of its economic power, of course they do have their economic power, but it does not they have a sole autonomy over their governance. But because France is a Jacobin country, a very highly centralized and also dispersed governance is in place in France. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, Chief Jaco de Toit, would you like to make a last comment?
Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity to have a few last comments. I think the first element that I just wanted to address is the fact that the mere fact that we have to ask for some detail about extinct languages and its progress shows the importance of actually keeping the necessary data in relation to the vitality of languages. And for that, I think not only research is necessary, but also I think, as one of the previous speakers mentioned, also the importance to look at census data and to which extent it actually includes the importance of language as an element, if we want to see it as an important element for sustainable development. Now, I also would like to take this opportunity to just give a few preliminary reflections on the 2021 demonstration project. I think it is a very exciting project that will indeed help in terms of documenting indigenous languages. A few comments, though, that I think one should highlight. I think it is important, as many of the panelists mentioned, that we, in this endeavor, we see to which extent indigenous language communities can be the owners of such a process of documenting indigenous languages. So I think one should look a little bit at how can we involve communities in order to document these indigenous languages, because it is important that they feel part and parcel of this process, and that the support doesn't go to an individual, but I think to a community that can then largely after feel that pride that we talked earlier about their language being recognized, discussed on international fora as this one. The second element that I think that we also need to look at is the selection of languages. And while I definitely also welcome the importance of the regional representativeness, I think we should also make sure that that the languages that we select are those that can actually benefit from this documentation. The reason why I'm saying this is, for example, Kiswahili, that is one of the languages that is mentioned, is actually a regional language and now recognized by the East African community. One might want to look at some other languages that are more endangered in terms of the usage in the East African region. So I think one should see a little bit the selection of those languages to make sure that this very generous proposal would actually benefit also those languages that are endangered, and I think the impact of such a project would then be even more so acknowledged. And lastly, I just wanted to highlight the importance also of this World Atlas of Languages that will soon be launched. And I think one should really also see how one could encourage also an engagement by either the indigenous peoples organizations that would benefit from such a support to actually then upload under the correct intellectual property rights regime for that information to be shared and also to be used in a fair way so that that community retain also certain privileges in terms of the knowledge that that information portray, and also see how we could create discussions and also interaction with, of course, not only the international people's organizations, but also academia and other institutions. We've seen around the table extraordinary wisdom in terms of not only the preservation, but also the vitalization of languages. And it would be great that such an endeavor that is proposed by this joint committee can then make use of such existing platforms. The World Atlas of Languages is only one, but others exist also, where this can enhance also the importance of indigenous languages. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And now, we will now like to conclude the discussion on the preservation of indigenous languages. I'd like to thank all the presenters, discussants, and all participants who have been with us through the YouTube as well. And now, I'd like to hand over the microphone to Secretary General Moo Soon-young for her closing remarks. Once again, thank you.
네, 토론에 참여해 주신 분들 수고하셨습니다.
For all the participants, I'd like to thank you very much. And I also like to thank all the participants from overseas that have been here with us at such an early time. And also for all the participants in Korea as well who were with us until a very late time. And now this concludes the first day of the International Academic Forum on Sustainable Development and Indigenous Languages. Tomorrow we will have presentations and discussions under the theme of collection and documentation of indigenous languages at the same time today, 5 p.m. in the Korean time and 9 a.m. in the French time. For those that are interested in this topic, I'd like to ask for your active participation in tomorrow's session as well. And with that, I'd like to conclude all of today's proceedings. Thank you.